on the chat. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Louise, Stefan, Patty. Great. So I've already given a quick introduction on myself. So Johan is also going to be joining us in this presentation. He's going to be sharing some of his experiences and his knowledge, background information about the Secret Space Program. Johan, how long were you in the SSP?
I did two 20-year periods in, yeah.
Okay, so, but Johan, he has a lot more memories than I do and recall, so his information is extremely valuable to this disclosure community. And I also want to give a shout out to Jason Rice as well, because some of the information that used in this PowerPoint presentation was based on his research as well.
Tony Rodriguez.
Yeah, Tony Rodriguez. And then there are many other, I can go on and on. Alana, she's been super helpful with the medbed technology. I want to say thank you to her, and Penny Bradley as well for her service as well. But, you know, we can go on, and if I didn't say your name, it doesn't mean I don't, I mean, you're still, your opinion is important. We're all of us working together here on this research. So I just want to say thank you to all. This presentation today is going to be basically and you guys, you're recording, great. Okay, so it's going to be an introduction to the Secret Space Program, and we're going to go into go back into the history of how this all began, and then the second half, at least I'm going to discuss some of my experiences in the SSP, and then at the last half or whatnot, the third section, Johan's going to have an opportunity to speak, and we're going to have opportunity as well as for some Q&A. I've got some secretary busy checking the chats and YouTube and here on Zoom. So anyhow, let's go ahead and let me pull this. I'm going to share my screen, and let's look up Project Omega. And so let's see if I can make this smaller. Okay, so here we go. And that right there, yes.
Before you start, can I just say a few words about how we got to be with you here in this forum?
Yes, sure. I'll go ahead and pull.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, we had our last FESIG meeting, which was on the, was it 4th of November? Yeah. Was it the 7th of November? Anyway, it was the 82nd FESIG meeting. And James came in and gave a report of the 5D event. And he was saying that he was very disappointed. He couldn't report much about the event because his friend decided to get married there. And he didn't have time to go visit all those technologies that we were looking forward to. It's James reporting them. And then James was saying that he was so disappointed because he didn't have enough time to present this PowerPoint presentation that he's doing today with all of us. Which he prepared so hard to do. So this is a very special presentation, folks. And then the FESIG Executive Council say, James, we will support you. We will organize a meeting with FESIG as well, and then we will have a forum, and you can continue with the PowerPoint presentation with Johan Fritz. So here we are. So in case you don't know, from the Super Soldier Talk community, what FESIG is a free energy
your audio is breaking up.
Founding members of FESIG, which is the Free Energy Special Interest Group. Okay, so this is our website, truevisionofpeace.com /FESIG/FESIG.html. And this was the announcement that I made for James to do this presentation today with us. Okay, a PowerPoint presentation on history of the Secret Space Program with Johan Fritz. Okay, thank you very much. So over to you, James.
Yeah,
I'm Crystal Gore. I'm Crystal Gore of FESIG, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been a member of FESIG since the very founding. It's been a couple years already, and we've had many guest speakers. We had Randy Kramer on here, Jared Rand. We had Cobra on here recently. And so, so be sure to check FESIG's channel out. I'll be sure to post a link to it. So this video, we're actually doing a collaboration. The video is going to go out to both channels. So that's why we set it up this way. But
pretty awesome.
Okay, so are we ready? Let's see here. Let me check the chat. Great. Yep. Thank you, everybody. So let's go ahead and let's get this going here. Let me pull this up again. All right, so Project Omega, that is the name of the program by this would be the Fourth Reich to for their world domination. But we're going to go into that just a bit. So this is very basic stuff. I'm starting out here just to kind of get everybody grounded, because everybody, I would assume most people know about the cabal, right? We've got certainly we've got the bankers, we got the Jesuits at the top of the pyramid, black nobility, and we've got the Khazars, and those are I don't want to get this channel banned, so I'm not going to go into the Khazars too much. I'm not racist at all. I have many Jewish friends, but the Khazars, they're not. Anyway, it has. Anyway, I think I'm going to have to just skip over that topic. But the Bolsheviks were set up, of course, by the bankers and Trotsky, as well as the Rothschild, who financed the Bolshevik Revolution. So we know that communism and all these isms were financed by these bankers to control and dominate the population. And you go watch my documentary Changes on the Horizon to learn more about that. So from all this came another alternate version in response. And we know about the Third Reich. These are, of course, the original SS, right? So we got Hitler and all them, and the Schutzstaffel. So we know that from at least historical records that, or at least from ACIO sources, that the early not NAZI party was in contact with Nordic and Draco ET contacts. And we're going to go into some of this in just a bit. And I'll even give Johan an opportunity to comment about that in just a bit. But so these racist policies were encouraged by these Nordic and Draco contacts. So like Heinrich Himmler he was the one who was involved with the final solution, with the internment of the Jews. And so, but there was another group within this apparatus that wasn't necessarily even racist. They wanted to create like a superhuman or to elevate humanity. So there were some good intentions initially, but a lot of it became extremely corrupted. So, and we all know that the whole thing backfired, and obviously the Germany lost World War II. Apparently, that's what we're told, right? So initially, the cabal was engaging in hyperinflation, the Weimar Republic, back in the 1920s. And in this period, the bankers were buying up German farmland and kicking the Germans off their land. So the Germans blamed the Jewish bankers for starving their people. And so then NAZIs came up with an opportunity to recapture their land and their assets and the resources away from the what they view as the Jewish bankers. So that's, both parties, in my opinion, were guilty. It's not exactly what we're told in the history books, but there's a lot more we could go into it. This is a very controversial subject, and I don't really want to go into it too much. Fourth Reich. So after World War II, these NAZIs were picked up by Project Paperclip cabal governments to be brought to Area 51, for example. But most of them came from Base 211 in Antarctica. We're going to go into that in just a bit. And then the Fifth Reich are the Third Reich Nazis who settled in Antarctica and later in the space colonies throughout time. So they're off-world, most of them. So they don't consider themselves NAZIs, but they consider themselves more of the Tectonic Knight Order, which are used by the Christians in the Crusades. So they see themselves as protectors of the, I guess they're protecting their own race, I suppose. They prefer to be known as Germans and have their own breakaway civilization. So they don't want to be known as NAZIs, even though they may use swastikas and the iron crosses and some of their uniforms and so on. But so let's go on here. Okay, so beginning Thule, the Vrilia. So this the Vril girls, such as Maria Orsic, I'm trying to make sure I got her name right, Orsic, would channel Nordic and ET Draco communications for the Thule secret society at a secluded cabin in the forest hills of near the Alps. So they were teaching people through these channel communications with these Nordics initially, and then the Draco later on. Yeah, very advanced technology, and they would have to bring engineers in to re-engineer this. And through this technology, they settled Mars in the 1840s through a time loop technology, and we're going to go into that just a bit. Johan, do you want to make any comments about the Vril girls?
Yeah, the term that was actually used is called the Vril Damen. And essentially, there were 5 women that were all well-known psychics in Austria. They eventually made their way into the Alps area that you're talking about. And when they started channeling this stuff, the language that they were channeling, no one there knew how to speak it. It was actually a very specific dialect of Babylonian. It comes from the city of which, as many people know, if you've ever watched Ancient Aliens, is essentially the power seat for the Anunnaki. And that means obviously there's an ET connection there right off the bat. The reason why they knew it was Babylonian was because they took some of these channeled documents, these boxes of channeled documents, and handed it to a professor in Frankfurt, and he essentially translated it back. And he's like, well, all I'm getting is these like polar coordinates, right? And the minute one of the engineers looked at it, he's like, this is actually a drawing. And all of a sudden they started coming up with schematics. And that's where all the technical drawings, the technical readouts, the way to build it, all that stuff started showing up through these documents that way. And specifically, which we're going to get to later, I think, the planet that the Draco, specifically the Nordics, were kind of asking us to go to, or asking the Vril Damen to go to, was a planet in the Aldebaran system, and that's what they eventually went to. But go ahead, James. Sorry.
So was the Ananabra involved in that with the channel communications, or were they just going to the inner Earth? And that was the group that was responsible for collecting technology.
There is a possibility of that. I haven't seen any documentation or heard anything of that, but there is a high probability. I mean, we know that they were looking high and low for anything that was non-terrestrial, right? So anything that would have non-terrestrial applications, they would have went after it. So yes, it's a possibility.
All right, so we've already touched on this already just a little bit. So going into this a little bit more, we know that the Nordic ETs, they consider themselves very beautiful. So telepathic, blonde-haired humanoids. So they would certainly pose, if they were on planet Earth, they would blend right in. But these particular Nordics were promoting racist philosophies, and that's where they would also engage in orgies with some of the SS, upper level management. And so they were all totally just entranced with these Nordics. And there's an alternate reality where the Nordics lost interest in the NAZIs, and the NAZIs embraced the Jews and other races, and they also didn't attack the Soviet Union. So in that reality, they won World War II. But in the early 1920s, Thule member Dietrich Eckart invited Adolf Hitler to these black magic seances, and he was selected and they basically chose him to be the next Antichrist by these negative ETs. So they were engaging in this black magic ritual. So let's go on here. Okay, the alternate Earth, parallel Earth. We know that I already mentioned that they didn't implement the final solution. So they also encourage other nations to join the Axis powers by offering them technology that the cabal was suppressing. So they could go to these other countries, third world countries, say, hey, we'll give you free energy, teleportation, just come and be loyal to us, adopt our policies and principles. And so it quickly spread all over the world. So most people over there live in mansions. Minimal wage is $40 an hour equivalent. Of course, they use marks. Food is cheap and plentiful. There's people over there. No interracial marriage is allowed unless you want to live in a camp. So they still haven't got that figured out yet. They blew up the Washington Monument and replaced it with a 150-foot tall column of the spinning eagle. And of course, the United States was split in half. The Japanese controlled the West Coast. So there's a whole thing about all that. Now I've gone on talked about on my show. Man from the High Castle, they don't get it right. They don't do any extermination camps. There are camps, but not like extermination. So anyway, well, let's not focus. Oh yeah, here. Okay. All right, fine. More. We'll go into this. Okay. There you have right there. Cars only $5,000. They're cheap and plentiful. Free, mostly free energy, and I mean, it has a 50,000 mile battery. Tesla is still alive. They gave him unlimited budget, and Hitler also took care of a lot of the negative planetary corporations by getting rid of Monarch. Okay, so back to this reality. In 2022, Thule and Vril joined, produced the JFM, and so some of these crafts were. Robert, you got to mute yourself. Alive, they gave him unlimited budget, and Hitler also. I did disable that. I don't. It doesn't. Zoom doesn't really give us the option. Okay, so. All right, where are we at? So this technology was bench tested and tethered for 2 years, and I'm assuming this had the spinning drive. Do you want to comment about that? The spinning Mercury drive?
Yeah, they use repulsing technology in the JFM. That's correct, and they uses the mercury that actually it spins up around the outside of the cavity. When it drops into the cavity, it creates a mixture of antigravitic and an electrical discharge effect, a corona discharge effect around the body of the craft. And what happens is, as that electrogravitic effect starts taking place, the craft actually rises up off the ground and hovers in place for a minute. And the problem they had was when they were testing this original design out, there's a video out. I can't remember where it was on YouTube, but somebody had found a video where they were testing one of these craft, and it actually set off all the ammunition and the weapons directly around the landing pad, and it caused a bunch of people to get injured. They had like artillery shells going off because the electrostatic discharge off the outer part of the body was actually grounding out to the metal inside the casings of the ammunition and the weapons and the power and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So this particular vessel was using red mercury that was spinning at 100,000 RPMs.
Right.
And it had certain levitational effects, anti-levitational, as well as time displacement effects as well. But wasn't it also radioactive?
Yeah. So when you look at the JFM and when you look at Diglocka, which both used the red mercury based engine types, if you look specifically in the area of Poland where the hedge is, where they tested Diglocka out, there are no living animals in that area. So that's something people should kind of consider for a moment, because the plants there are even somewhat mutated. And the red mercury actually has that effect on the biological systems of most animals. It actually will kill you, or because it has a certain level of toxicity over time. And once you get that LD50 level, it actually kills the host. So that's why many of the pilots didn't live very long around these engine types.
Yeah, even when they went up into space with these early vessels, the other ETs felt sorry for them because they knew that this thing was so extremely toxic, and they were actually working to help them out. Okay, let's see here. There it goes. Yeah, here we go. Some more. Okay, 36. The program is advancing along nicely with a regimen of saucer type crafts. So we, the Vril, Hennebu, and the Andromedegrat. I'm probably not saying it right. That was at one of their motherships, and I think this is a picture right here. So it's 139 meters long. So so they were really coming along here nicely. So, all right, and here's the Diglocka, 90,000 RPMs. We already went into that, and then that was used for time travel as well. Okay.
Can I make a side note on that really quick?
Sure.
On Diglocka, one of the things that has been speculated, if you look at the symbols around the bottom edge of this picture, the symbols being shown there we believe that's probably the craft that crashed in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, back in the 60s. It is the exact same configuration, exact same type of symbols, and it's very probable that is the craft that came back. And from what I understand, many folks have told me that that craft was taken back to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Hangar 18, to be essentially reverse engineered. Good.
All right. This is just going to blow up that same drawing, the mothership. Oh, so now this one, it says it's 300 meters across. It could carry a crew of 200. So flight began December 8th, 1942. Cigar shaped, was stored in a Zeppelin hangar near Berlin. So this could last for 3-year missions. Yeah, so they're quite coming up. So by 42 and 45, they were getting very close to getting their own moon base. I think it was in, what's year was it? Oh wait, 37. We're gonna go into that just a bit.
Yeah, I think it's 37 to 40. Yeah.
Yeah, so stored at now it's at Area 51. So that's where a lot of the paperclip Nazis, NAZIs. I have to say that because of YouTube. There's a censorship on this, unfortunately. To me, it seems pretty ridiculous, but whatever. It is what it is. So look what we got. Awesome. Yep. So here's some more of the regiments. We know it's okay. Oops, sorry. Yeah. More drawings. I would, love to give credit to the artists. I don't know who all these artists are. My apologies if I don't give a shout out to you, but thank you for your contribution. Okay, so here we got the moon base. So this is roughly around 37, if I'm not mistaken. So the NAZIs, they contacted the Draco. So at this time, the moon was already occupied by many different races. The territory is already claimed. So in order for the NAZIs to get access to territory, they had to make a deal. And the Draco they had their base in the Jules Verne crater. So that's the 20-acre area territory was leased out. And so here's another drawing here. Like I said, I like to give credit to the artist. I don't know who drew that, but thank you, whoever did that. So some of these Draco, yeah, they're quite big and they can look quite intimidating. And these guys were could be blamed partly for causing Atlantis to fall apart. So they like to make deals with different races and manipulate both sides of the party and create wars. And then the goal is the other beings kill each other and then they come in and take over. So they had nefarious purposes. They didn't, in my opinion, there was always alternative motives here. You want to comment, Johan, anything about these guys?
So you're correct. When it comes to Lemuria and Atlantis, that was because of a war that had been going between Lyra and the Draco that was 2 million years long. The Draco won, the Lyrans lost. The Lyrans were forced to capitulate at the end. The last 5 or 10 planets they had colonies on, they were forced to allow the Draco to put military intelligence apparatus people there to listen to them, what they're doing. They said, if you ever rebel, we're going to wipe you off the face of the map. And they also requested that anyone who had been involved in the war or any Lyrans who had fled had to be put on trial and executed. And those individuals fled to the Pleiades for a while, and then eventually came here, which is where Lemuria and Atlantis came from. And when the Draco found out they were here, they went to the Federation and said, look, you've got this group of people who are there influencing the locals, trying to trade with them and stuff, and which is primarily Atlantis, by the way. The reason why the 2 colonies split was Lemuria was very like, we're not talking to anybody. Atlantis is like, we're going to talk to everyone. And essentially what happened was the Federation said you cannot affect the development of a non-spacefaring race. And they essentially wiped both colonies off the map and told the Draco that it was done. Now, in some religions, we do know that there are examples of these blonde-haired, the blue-eyed, blonde-haired individuals coming out of the water and influencing some of the groups like the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Akkadians, Sumerians. And there is a speculation there that these are some of the survivors of Atlantis and Lemuria that actually were helping the locals out technologically, helping them develop society and so on.
Yeah, thank you very much. And while you were talking, I was looking at this picture. I noticed there are like sort of like artifacts over here in this crater. Be kind of curious to go down there and we'll see what's down there. And you know, and there's some of the structures on the moon are massive because the occupants that used to live in some of these structures were giants, 150 feet tall, some of them. And so I think that when the Germans started to investigate some of these ruins, they had to get ladders just to go up the side of the chairs and the tables to look at the computers and so on. I don't know. Do you know anything about that, Johan? The giants?
Yeah, the technology that was used was a group that I guess some folks are calling them the ABR, the Ancient Builder Race. And essentially what they did was they had already built colonies out through our solar system, including what used to be Maldak or Tiamat, whatever you want to call it. It's basically a planet in between Jupiter and Mars, that asteroid belt. And so they had two races that actually lived there. One is what we were calling this group that fled to Antarctica originally. They had the elongated heads. Then you have this taller race, which was like what you're talking about, the 70 foot to 150 foot tall group. The ABR people, they actually were very good at developing what they called intuitive technology. And that's where like the Alumaglass domes that are on the moon actually come from the ABR folks.
Interesting. And so the pre-Adamites are some of the beings, the smaller ones, elongated skulls.
Yep.
And they I mentioned that earlier with the Vatican. They create they're in stasis right now, but they create avatar bodies, and they are taking over certain banking houses in the Vatican, and they're also cannibals. So some of these so-called elites, they're not humans that are running this planet. But anyway, let's get back on topic here. We're going to New Schwabenland and base 211. So right before the war, the NAZIs were building out their prized possession in Antarctica. The creation of this base by 1938, they started settling. By 1940, they had 300,000 people living down here, and they were being serviced by U-boats. They used geothermal energy and then later free energy to power the facilities. So the Draco were also interested because there was many ancient ruins. Antarctica used to be a Atlantean outpost, and it was the whole planet was tropical back then. And so right before the flood and the destruction, so there were ancient ruins down there that Draco want to get their hands on. But so we're going. Do you want to comment anything else about how Johan? Did you ever visit Base 211, Johan?
I did not, but I knew people who had been there. I knew some Kruger assets who had been deployed there. There are Draco well, at that time, this would have been the early to mid 90s. The Draco did actually had at the time base there. It was very close to base 211. And their job was to essentially recover, extract, and then re-implement some of the old ABR and pre-Adamite technology that was still currently there. Now, as far as the pre-Adamites go, they only have holes in their ships left there. That's what I've been told. I've seen that repeatedly from other insiders. And the other thing I found very interesting was that I saw pictures that came out. I can't remember who the gentleman was, but he was on Linda Moulton Howell's show. And he actually showed the remnants of an old Hanabu craft because it had the Black Sun engine diagram on the vent showing inside the actual picture. Now, this is the other thing I was going to say too. The SS thing that you talked about earlier, the Salt Shuffle also means Swarze Sun, which is the Black Sun organization inside of the SS. So they're like the core, the guys who are really in with the Nordics. But go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So then we know that Germany paid off their international bank loans, and they were bartering with other countries for goods and supplies. So this is right around the beginning of the war. They managed to get rid of their the central banks controlled by the banking cabal. So now they're ready to invade Poland. The war began. So let's move on here. Okay, now near the end of the war, Hitler realized the Allied forces may win the Second War, executed his contingency escape plan. You know, they had all these vessels down here, and Hitler asked them for help, for air support. Of course, there was a field, electrostatic field around these vessels that prevented projectiles from being, so they couldn't really use them initially early on, but later on they developed laser technology. But the new Schwabenländers didn't want to go to support Hitler at the end of the war because they considered him insane in the final solution. So there was already a split within that whole faction about how things should be run. So kind of Hitler was pushed out of power. But I believe he did escape successfully, and I think some people remote viewed him, and they see him on a Nachtwaffen vessel right now wearing an admiral uniform. So I don't know, Johan, you want to comment about Hitler? Is he still alive?
Here's what I will say. I have two opinions on the matter. I do believe there's a clone of him around. However, I also know the original body was actually found in South America. If you go watch the series that Bob Baer did, Hunting Hitler, they definitively prove where he was buried. They go through the whole process of showing all the evidence of the rat line that went from Europe through Italy and Spain to Brazil and then through the rest of South America. The church absolutely helped them do this, the Catholic Church. And they even provide them new papers and new documents. Now, the clone that we're talking about, I think you're correct. I seem to remember that clone being someone who, he was one of the top 3 or 4 guys within Nachtwaffen Regier, but he wasn't above the old man, the guy that I served. So I'm thinking that he may have been part of another group that was more Draco aligned. That'd be my guess at this point. Go ahead. Sorry, I drifted there.
Yeah, thank you. So let me see if I can shrink this down. Okay, so we know about, now we're going to the Fourth Reich. Project Odessa, Paperclip. After the NAZIs allegedly lost World War II, Eisenhower and Patton were going down these underground bases, and they were shocked at how advanced they were. And so to garner some cooperation with these captured scientists and engineers, at least the ones that didn't make it to 2-1, the cabal gave loan forgiveness or whatever, whatever debts they did incur, as well as the Marshall Plan, which is really pennies in the scope of things here. But so in 1947, George Bush Sr. was working with the Office of the Strategic Service, which later became CIA or OSS, but back then it was known as OSS. And together with Herbert Bush, Wild Bill Donovan, Alan Dulles, they were all busy getting these NAZIs back over to the U.S. under Project Paperclip, and the counterpart was Odessa. So we had about 50,000 of them brought here. Of course, we know about Werner von Braun, and here they are in Fort Bliss in 1946. So let's move on here. So that's the Fourth Reich. And now we got the Fifth Reich over here in base 211. So 1946 to 1947, Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd was tasked with a massive assault on base 211. The Americans were trying to finish the new Schwabenländers off, and so they brought this huge contingent, and it ended in utter failure. So they did find areas where there was the climate was moderated somewhat through geothermal activity. Some even claimed it was holes to inner Earth, but I'm not going to comment about that hollow Earth theory, unless Johan, you've got some information. If you know if the planet's hollow, or do you know anything?
I would use the phrase honeycomb, not hollow.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It's not. Yeah, there's giant caverns, but okay. So let's move on here. Here's some more pictures from high jump. Yeah. So after this event, the U.S. was trying to cover it all up because they didn't want people to know they were defeated down there. But they did get a ceasefire that allowed the NAZIs to fortify their defenses, and they, of course, at that time the fleets of the crafts was very small, and they couldn't fight the entire world, so they needed a ceasefire just to keep the cabal at bay for the time being. And here's Admiral Byrd. Was interviewed by a Chilean journalist on his home trip. Commented, he stated that there was a danger with the expedition had encountered posed a threat to every nation in the free world, and he declined to elaborate on this. So the people of the world were not told what was going on, and the cabal was very concerned about all this because they weren't the top of the pyramid anymore. So anyway, national security state. So we got 45 to 48, the Paperclip NAZI's Fourth Reich, and now started taking everything over in the U.S. And really, I guess a joint ventureship is probably a better way of putting it. So yeah, Bush Sr. was working on his master plan to take over the United States government. And then around the same time, we had the Roswell crash in 1947. So at that point, the military and the media were not under total control. So they set up, the cabal set up the National Security Council and MJ-12 to control the narrative of the ET presence, and as well as control the media. So that's that. The whole national security state began around then. You want to make a comment?
Yeah. If anyone wants to do some really hardcore research on how the stuff at Roswell and any of the technology that got discovered and refunneled back out into the mass populace occurred, I recommend go checking out a book by Philip J. Corso called The Day After Roswell. That book is an extremely good read, and he goes into very, very good detail about how the U.S. Army actually did that whole process. The office that he worked for, the Office of Foreign Intelligence and Technology, they basically went through, and their job was to make sure that technology made it out into the colleges and into the commercial world, so that all of a sudden we now have ICs, being integrated circuits. We now had smaller transistors. We now had lasers, fiber optics, night vision, all kinds of stuff. So
yeah. All right. Now I'll comment more about that in just a bit because it's important to know about the MIEC. But so yeah, right around then we got Bush Sr. Working here to set up the CIA 47. They integrated into the media to create the Operation Mockingbird, which is still into effect today. Yeah, so NSC was now in pretty much total control over the narrative of the consciousness of the people, unfortunately. And then now we're having a backlash. So now remember, NSC would be synonymous with Fourth Reich NAZIs. And now we still have the bankers and the cabal, and their power is starting to be wrestled away from. So they're not happy. And so, so we know Truman was seeking measures to do counteractions on this. We know that's when they started creating of course, the FBI was created to test their loyalties, as well as Senator McCarthy. He was hunting down these Fourth Reich paper clips, and we were told that they were going after communists, where really the commies and the cabal and the U.S. government were all working together to try to come after the NAZIs. But all right. So now we had a secret Cold War going on here, and people weren't aware of this. And the Germans, the cabal, the NAZIs wanted the cabal to recognize New Schwabenlanders as their own sovereign nation, but but they wanted to keep it secret. The New Schwabenlanders didn't want the world to know they existed because they didn't want the rest of the world putting nuclear pressure to annihilate them. Because, you know, this was right after the end of the war. First atomic bomb has gone off. People are thinking, oh, we got these atomic bombs. We could just blow them out of existence. And there's actually an alternate reality in which that happened, where people found out, the whole world found out the new Schwabenlers were down there, and pressure was put on to use the new cobalt bomb technology in 49, which backfired and burned up the whole planet. So, and that's what's actually being told in the SSP, that planet Earth was destroyed in a cobalt bomb, and that's from an alternate reality. Anything you agree with this, Johan? Anything you want to add? Or
so that narrative is what I heard when we were at the ship that I was on initially, the Patton. We did a security mission on Ceres, which is it's actually a dark fleet base inside the actual belt, the asteroid belt around our system. And we were sitting at a table, and next to our table were some guys who were, I'm guessing they were slaves to that colony. And they were talking amongst themselves. And one of the narratives that they were talking about was this idea that this cobalt bomb had been dropped in 49, that the Earth had been wiped out. They had nowhere left to go except work here. And that was the narrative that had been consistently pushed by the upper officer regiments on these colonies to keep people in line. So yeah, that's true.
Yep. And so now the cabal is promoting MAD, the mutually assured destruction. Now the cabal didn't agree to the terms of keeping the new Schwabenlers, the whole thing secret, because they also didn't want nuclear annihilation. And they didn't want the Germans to go public with their very advanced technology, such as, you know, we have free energy, and which would make fiat money systems obsolete. So that's how the cabal has their power, is through their manipulation of fiat money. So in return, the Germans promised to help advance the cabal by teaching them theory, not technology. All right, so now a joint venture is starting to take place. The cabal and the Fourth Reich have agreed. A truce was made, and the NAZIs were brought into these cabal corporations, Ivy League schools, defense contractors, hospitals, banks, embassies, which all were required to have one senior level German executive. And, you know, they had 300,000 of them down there in 211. So there was lots of corporations they could all be embedded into. So the goal here was to get this truce, this agreement, to get access to theory, not technology. They would bring these guys on board. Now, they were given fast track to upper management, and eventually you could see why this backfired. And we'll go into that just a bit here. Eventually we'll get to next later on. But okay, but now before we get that far, so now we know in 47, the Germans were beginning to build out their 20-acre base on lunar territory, Draco territory, known as Lunar Operations Command. As per the lease agreement, the Draco were given 225 females and a 25-year refusal rights for new technology, which limited what technology the Germans were allowed to acquire. And then the Draco, when they came to collect on their females, the human females, they would freeze these women, mutilate them, traumatize them, or kill them. And the ones who survived would have their memories erased, or with memory alteration technology. And so this is what began human trafficking. Well, I mean, human trafficking has always been going on planet Earth, but off-world, where humans will be traded for technology, or from this case, land and property. So anything you want to add to this, Johan?
What people need to understand is, out in the universe, metals, meaning gold, silver, platinum, have no value out there. The number one traded currency in the universe is DNA. And if you have a sample of DNA, that's pretty valuable. If you have a singular live individual, that's even more valuable. If you have a mating pair of that particular species, you can repopulate that whole species. So the question that comes into play is what do you consider equivalent value? And that's what a lot of folks in the SSPs had to learn very early on. What do we consider to be of equivalent value for the DNA material we have for what we want? And that's kind of what you're talking about here, is where this technology, where the Draco and other species were interfacing with us. And we wanted the technology, but we had to figure out how to get it based on the value that we were placing on the slaves we were bringing up there.
So can you comment on what the Draco were, what they needed these 225 females for? What any ideas what they wanted them for?
The theorem that I've always heard, and I personally prescribe to it as well, is that the Draco were actually creating hybrids. And these women, because of the issues with recombinant DNA, meaning the mismatch between Draco DNA and human DNA, they only had a certain percentage of people that could in fact get pregnant by a Draco. And what they wanted was a half Draco individual who could actually be reinserted back on Earth that would act as a liaison between the Draco and the humans. And they've been trying to do this for a long time. I'm guessing my feeling and what I've read on the glass pads always pointed back to this particular agreement as being the start of that.
All right. Tony, shout out to Tony Rodriguez. Thank you for your for this drawing here. So series, yeah, for 52, the Germans now are building, not only building their moon base, they are also building a New Berlin, and based on there was actually another one on Mars. I forgot the name of it. Do you remember what it was? It was New something. New what?
New Berlin, yeah.
Yeah,
Ares
but there was New Berlin, and what was the other one?
You had Ares Prime, which is New Berlin, and Ares Secunda, which is the secondary base that the Germans built.
Do you remember the name of it?
I do not know off the top of my head. No.
Yeah, I shouldn't. I know. Anyway, whatever. It's up there, right? So and then we got another base on Ceres, asteroid. What moon is Ceres? What planet is Ceres?
It's actually in the asteroid belt, in between Mars and Jupiter. It's the largest, technically a planetoid body inside that belt.
Yeah. So the New Berliners, they were losing their guys. They only had 300,000 people, and they lost 1,000 of them building up the moon base. So personnel is starting to become a problem here. Lack of personnel. So now we're going to time looping. I'm going to go ahead and quickly go through this because this is kind of a whole side thing going on here. So we know, according to ACIO sources, Mars was originally colonized in the 1450s from Cyberlife cyborgs from our future. In the 1950s, Germans time traveled to Paradise Mars in 1863 and set up colonies to begin enslaving local cyborg populations. They used the Die Glocke. So the cyborgs that were already on Mars back then in 1863 wanted to have rights similar to the Germans, but the Germans viewed them as a subrace. So the cyborgs decided to detonate a cobalt bomb in the year 1900, which decimated the environment on Mars for at least 50 years. And then settlement from the Germans began around 1950. So I know you're gonna have to just wrap your mind around that. That's what I was told. I mean, I can't really comment too much more about that. Unless Johan, can you confirm this, or?
I've heard the same narrative, yes.
Okay. All right. So the environment was absolutely wrecked for 50 years after that cobalt bomb went off, and there was actually even a wormhole. They tore up space and time, and the people on Mars lost their memories as well. The natives, because there were native populations, different species that survived it underground anyway. But the air,
really fast?
Yeah, what?
On the if you look at the data, NASA actually did a study where they found high degrees. If people want to see verifiable information on the nuclear outcome of what happened, they did studies on what they call the northern pole area of Mars, and they're finding strontium, cesium, and plutonium isotopes that only exist once a nuclear bomb is detonated. And they found those all over the northern area of Mars. So if people want to see verifiable information, you go back and look at studies that were done back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s which show this. So go ahead.
Well, before then, the climate used to be tropical, but now it's barely breathable. But it's similar to a warm day, 8,000, 9,000 feet on Earth. I say warm day. Warm would be, I'm assuming, 55, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. It's, but not at nighttime. It definitely gets below freezing. You can't even use greenhouses on Mars. They tried the early settlers tried that. So everything has to be grown underground, food that is, unless you have the replicator tech. But yeah, there are thriving ecosystems there, and here's some. I guess this is some kind of deciduous tree. Anyway, some describe it as like a Fraser type fir tree. There are other anyway. We can go more to the plant life. I mean, not plant life, the creature life in just a bit. But so yeah, the atmosphere here. This is the narrative NASA tells us. That there's hardly any oxygen, but it's actually a lot more. I'm assuming it's about 5% O2.
Yeah, it's 5 to 10% O2, and your next comment about having a light blue tint is actually correct. The photos you see coming back from NASA are, I believe, purposely photoshopped to be more red, because the actual air there when I was there actually had a light blue tint to it. It was not red.
So yeah, but to enhance performance, soldiers would be wearing this patrol suit that would spit CO. Okay, they would split these carbon pellets that had O2 in them. Yeah. So you had experience with that suit?
Yeah, it's part of the undersuit. What it does is it actually it takes the CO2, it uses an electrochemical process that actually splits the carbon off the CO2. The O2 is recirculated back into the system so you can breathe it, and the carbon's actually ejected out the back. And this is why some folks, like me and others who have been in these suits, would have residual burn marks on their bodies they can't explain, because this process of splitting that carbon dioxide chemical takes a lot of energy, and they're using essentially a fusion source to do that.
Additionally, the suits could enable you to use less calories per day. So Tia, she commented that she only needed 100 calories per day to survive on these smart suits. But they would need the supplemental oxygen just to enhance performance, basically. But what wasn't necessary, but it would be beneficial if there's one of these giant spiders headed your way. Although I think it might be a little bit too late. And here's some of the creatures. Yeah, so we have we got mantis-like creatures, these ant creatures. Andrew Basaggio has mentioned about these giant-sized grasshoppers, the size of a bus. So we have these spider-like creatures. There were. Do you remember how big the spiders were, Johan? Did you ever see one?
4 to 5 foot in diameter, probably. So I mean, you're looking at, if you're to stand a small human up and stand a spider up, they'd be of equivalent height. And the thing is, they can jump further than you can, like 20 to 25 feet. So
yeah,
if you saw one, it's pretty much too late.
I was going to say the same thing. That's yeah. And these grasshoppers are also predatorial. And I think, there are other, like other weird type creatures that have human type faces on other bodies from mutations. But yeah, so we got, and there was also the Zai down there, which are these cat-like creatures. And there's some native Martians that have olive colored skin that look human. And they're adapted to breathe the air a little bit better than we are. So yeah, they're in the reptilian race as well. Randy Kramer mentioned about a native reptilian population.
Yeah, the heptaloids.
All right, so we got here cobalt bomb. Yeah, I mentioned the wormhole. All right, so let's go on here. So we bunkers had to be built underground, and that's where we have the ancient lava tube systems and Ares Prima, the New Berlin base, and equatorial Mars. They initially settled, the Germans settled equatorial Mars, and they found that there were electrical storms which would wreak havoc on their electronics. So they had to go underground and go more into a northerly latitude or southern latitude, I guess, or two. And during this time of the 1950s, they lost 17,000 troops. Like I said, all the predatorial creatures and the other natives on Mars that didn't want the Germans there. So they, so now they had personnel issues. So let's move on here. And by the way, do you think that's a German facility there, Johan?
Yes, I do.
Huh. Surprised NASA didn't try to airbrush that out. Maybe somebody decided to sneak it out of there to just see what would happen.
Right.
All right. So we got the MIEC was now in full swing in 52. Pressure was being put on the cabal by the NAZIs to negotiate new treaty terms. They needed personnel, right? And so they did this flyover here in Washington, D.C. in 1952. And you can see the picture up here. And also military pilots were seeing human pilots in these UFOs. So they were clearly not all of them were ET. And it was just raising. And you mentioned the Kecksburg incident,
yep.
Johan. And then I don't know if I'm really allowed to say this, but I guess I will. The Betty and Barney Hill incident, that was like one of the first early My Lab situations because apparently he got infected with a venereal disease. So that's never really been made public, but there were human personnel on that craft, and they were probably the NAZIs working with the more negative regressive races at that point. So they were already doing experiments on people. The My Lab whole scenario started to begin right around this era, unfortunately. And of course, MJ12 was starting to take off with their MIEC and shadow government. All right. So by 54, the cabal and the NAZIs were still very tense relationship. The joint venture hadn't fully taken hold, but in 50, of course, we already know about the nuclear secrets were given away to the USSR to help create a level playing field. And then in 54, the NAZIs detonated their first nuclear bomb at the Bikini Atoll, where the U.S. was testing as well. So I'm assuming the Americans must have been quite surprised when an extra nuke went off that they couldn't figure out who it belonged to. And that's when they threw, so right here, the Germans filmed it and sent boxes of film to every world leader. So there's no question whose nuke this was. So it didn't, the goal wasn't to destroy a vessel, but to disable a cruiser, because they wanted the cabal to capitulate, and they didn't actually want to annihilate them. So that's what, So at that point, the cabal realized they had to go into a treaty, 54. And 54 is also when they got the memory wipe technology. And we got here's some different versions of it. Trip seat, which can change your memories around. Armor Lux and gray. Here's a gray weapon that could wipe memories. You want to comment, Johan? I think there might be another one on here. I probably should.
Yeah, we talked about the fourth type as well. The trip seat technology, we actually have more modernized versions of that now in the programs, at least when I was in. And we've used that ever since Montauk up through today and past today, obviously in this other timeline. The Armor Lux was used in like mob and singular incident control situations where you could, blank out someone for the last hour or last 2 hours, however you wanted to do it. The gray weapon, that is actually the same type of weapon that can not only do the EMP mental damage on the mind, but can also actually eradicate parts of the human body. And this is the same technology used against that gentleman who had been talking about Dulce, New Mexico, where he lost his fingers.
Bill Schneider.
Yes, he actually was hit by one of these weapons, and that's the actual weapon that did the discharge, was that technology you're showing there.
So that's that picture is the real thing, you think?
Very close, yeah.
Was there a fourth version of this?
Yeah, there's a fourth item called a hammer, which was the reverse technology that you talked about earlier when the AGs gave this non-functioning technology back to the U.S. and Russia you talked about.
Oh yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet. So, and AGs are the Antarctic Germans.
Right. That
Yeah.
quote unquote non-functional technology is a device we call the hammer, and it can also be used to fractalize the mind. It can be used to create alters. It can be used to wipe memory, all kinds of stuff.
All right. So we got a lot of some words here. Let's go quickly go through this. Yeah, so we got 55 to 59. The Cabal and the Germans were ready to go into treaty negotiations, and they began to, the Cabal was actually given a base in Antarctica under Operation Deep Freeze 1 and 2. So the beginning part of this treaty, the public version anyway, that everybody's known about, is that Antarctica would be off limits to the rest of the world. So nobody's allowed to go down there and build a hotel or get the minerals out of the ground, and nobody. And so, you know, we're all told it's to protect the wildlife, but you know, since when did humans care about protecting? Look at what they did to the Native Americans. So obviously, you know, the public doesn't really question these things, but the real reason is because the Germans are down there and they don't want anyone else meddling around. So the classified version basically stated that 150,000 of these Germans would, I'm sorry, the rest of the world would be given. Okay, so personnel would be given to Antarctica. About 150,000 personnel would be given to the Antarctic Germans to participate in these 5-year tours of duties off world to, you know, build up the colonies. We have, you know, colonies of Mars, Ceres, and so on. So these people that were being brought in under this treaty, the Germans would be responsible for housing them, feeding them, clothing them, paying them, as well as giving them an option to become German citizens at the end of 5 years. So at the end of the 5-year period, they would be given the option. If they decided not to become a German citizens, and their memories would be wiped and they'll be re-aged and time traveled back as if nothing happened. So again, they already had the memory wipe technology in 54, so they could do all that, and they had the time travel tech, and I think the re-aging tech was right around the same point too. So yeah, but things from the start didn't turn out as planned. Most of these people were enslaved, denied payment, and instead of tours of duties of 5 years, they were given 20 years or multiple sets of 20 years or never returned at all. And Johan, you actually commented the reason why. I mean, they probably would keep people on tours of 1,000 years if they could, but there was a limit for 20 years, and it had to do, I think, because people were going to go. About most people would go insane if they kept them longer than 20 years. Do you have information on that? Or is that, I think that either you said that or Tony Rodriguez?
Well, there are issues around what they call temporal dysphagia. So what that means is that every time you do a 20-year period, or let's say, like in my case, I did 2 consecutive 20-year periods, right? When they went to regress me, what happens is if I was to ever get my memories back, which I have, all of a sudden I have 2 competing sets of memories in my head, right? And what that looks like is, for example, like the Mandela effect, right? So I remember Nelson Mandela being shot in the head by a sniper, and history records him actually walking out of a jail and being released. And I know other people that have that exact same memory of him dying as he walked out of jail, right? So that's where we start seeing these like weird temporal dysphagia effects. And a lot of times what will happen with folks who are working through the after effects of having been in the SSPs is that they have to figure out what is real, what's not real, meaning what's currently in this timeline and what's not in this timeline. I typically wear a metal band around my arm a lot of times when I'm talking publicly, and that's how I check to make sure that, you know, this is real or not real, right? So I have to do that all the time. And those of us that have been in, a lot of times what happens is you get these situations where you have to validate what you're actually seeing. And I think what Tony's getting at is, yes, temporal dysphagia can in fact cause neuroses. It can even cause induced psychotic episodes sometimes. So yes, absolutely.
Do you have any information about paying these people? Because evidently no one ever got paid. How were they supposed to pay us?
what I was told was that anybody who had went into the SSPs and signed the contracts, they would get a lump sum payment at the end of their final tour in, meaning in my case, at the end of my final 40, I would get a lump sum payment. I'd be regressed, and then I would be allowed to go about and do my normal stuff the way normal humans do down here. And they would put that directly into a bank account of my choosing. Now, the actual thing that happened was that I never got paid, and I wasn't even given any health, meaning medical or psychological benefits to cover any of the issues that I had when I came out. So when you hear people talk about this fact that they may disclose records, they may find out who was actually in the service, meaning the secret space program services as veterans, it's very important to note that as times of service, those individuals will have to be compensated by these governments. And not only that, but they'll have to be given, medical, eye, dental, and psychological help to get past whatever they've been through in these programs, because these programs induce this trauma.
Thank you. So each year, 55,000 people will be added to the queue, and then now it's up to 1 million people a year. Is that correct, Johan?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, well, we can comment a little bit more about that later. So let's move on here. So now the treaty has been pretty much put down and agreed on paper and agreed to. So now the Germans demanded to be on the board of directors. We already covered that a little bit earlier, but now they wanted to be even on the executive branch of governments, and for all the cabal-controlled countries. And in the United States, and meant multiple operatives. The McCarthy era ended around 1954, so that's when obviously this agreement began. Right around that, it kind of makes sense. So, yeah, and now the identity of these Germans must remain secret, and because the rest of the world didn't, the NAZIs didn't want the rest of the world teaming up on them. And then in return, the Germans would grant them access to more of the theories. So, but what really happened is that the Germans, because they were on all the board of directors, they were able to control all the new technology that the cabal was creating, and it was sent over to the Germans. So the Germans are basically stealing all the technology that could have benefited the whole world, and they kept it for themselves. Not that the cabal first of all, the cabal wasn't even interested in sharing it anyway with us, but they just wanted to keep it for themselves. But the best stuff was sent over to the Germans. And then, so that's why we see, publications like popular science magazines and these new technologies come on board. And, it's like, oh, well, the new battery is, changed the world. 5 years later, and we never hear anything else about it because it's all going to these secret skunk works because of these Germans on these board of directors. All right. Oh, you want to comment on that?
No, you're absolutely correct. This is where all the theorems around these ideas of suppressed technology, technology that's not allowed to be brought out to the public, because essentially the cabal, who they try to control the flow of oil and money here, they don't want someone competing with that idea. They're not a capitalist group. So they don't want the mainstay here in the US, the people who are actually funding them through taxes and money, they don't want them actually having the ability to bypass their control mechanism, which is them generating more cash from them.
All right. So now the cabal needed a way to have their own black projects and budgets. So they set up NASA in 1958 to siphon money away into cabal programs to compete with the Germans. And some of this money, of course, went to DUMBs, and most of it was off book transactions. We're not going to go into where all the money came from. It'll just take too long to go into all that. But yeah, so they built these underground bases, and then they later would create their own programs, the cabal programs like Solar Warden, Radiant Guardian, and then of course the Soviets had their own program. We're going to go into that just a bit, and the Chinese and the Indians. All right. MK Ultra. So, right around the time the Fourth Reich, of course, they were busy with, Josef Mengele with their mind control experiments. So the the Cabal needed their own mind control experiments to stay on top of the Germans, so that they set up MK Ultra. So that was in response to what the Germans were doing. All right, so SSP expansion. Now we're getting to the 1960s, and bases are expanding all throughout we got bases on moons and around Saturn, the Kuiper belt, the Oort cloud, and even they would time travel back in time 400 years into the past to settle planets all around the Milky Way galaxy. According to Tia, who's been on this show, there's 3 billion humans that live off-world under various German SSP groups protected by the Nachtwaffen, translated meaning Dark Fleet. So a lot of these people are actually slaves, unfortunately. I don't know what the percentage is. It's a lot higher than it should be. We shouldn't have any slaves. You think we've have all this advanced technology, people shouldn't be enslaved. But yeah, do you want to comment about any of this, Johan?
On the percentages that you were talking about, it's like 30-70, meaning 30% is your core officer groups and your core enlisted people that are part of Nachtwaffen Regier. And from the programs, the 70% are the folks who are doing all the hard physical labor, the slavery, all that stuff. And some of those folks are not slaves, but they're also not considered part of the core German SSP group either. So they're kind of like conscripted into working for them, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
All right. So now we got Dark Fleet, the creation of Dark Fleet, who's responsible to maintain all these colonies. And that's actually not spelled. It's actually, there's an H in there. Okay, but anyhow. So we got, some of these crafts vessels are 20 miles long. To create one of these vessels, they place an order and a team goes back in time 20 years. And then boom, bam, you have a vessel, instant delivery. So these officers consider themselves more German. We've already discussed that. But the officer class is infected with black goo. Is there anything else you want to comment? I know, Johan, you were actually on one of these Dark Fleet vessels.
Well, 2 of them actually. But I want to say something else too. So the 2 ships that I was on was the Patton and the Franklin. The officer class, the black goo, was something that was considered elective up to a point. So you had some ships who, per captain prerogative, could say, I do or do not want ET liaisons aboard ship, and more importantly, do I want black goo infected people aboard ship? This is where later on, when we start talking about this split, this schism between the 20% that left Nachtwaffen and the 80% that stayed, this is one of the major nails in the coffin for that split, that and the slavery issue, because the 20% that left did not want to back the human slavery issue anymore. We couldn't do it. It's not sustainable. It's not right to do that. So for obvious reasons.
I was a navigation manager in Dark Fleet. I don't know the name of my vessel, but I had a Draco liaison. So the Draco were embedded with Dark Fleet, and the Draco themselves were infected with black goo, and they were the ones putting pressure on Dark Fleet, the other officers, to take the black goo. So anyhow, all right. Here's another group, the Japanese group. They apparently they're also very racist to non-Japanese people, but they did allow others to go into the ranks, I guess, if you had certain bloodlines. The Yozura no Kaishu, which translates to Dark Knight. So the group, the technology, the style of the technology, architecture, looks very 1940s, but very advanced. So, just imagine there was a schism in the 1940s from planet Earth, how separation, things would look different. We got the Red Dragons, Hong Long. I don't have any information on this. Go look up Michael Sala. So
I can give you some background on this a little bit.
Oh, sure.
So the Red Dragon, the Chinese SSP group, was originally started by the Chinese triads because of their money and slavery stuff that they had access to. That was the buy-in, if you want to call it a quote unquote buy-in, for them to get into the SSPs. And essentially, when the Red Dragon group was set up, that was the auspice that they would supply a certain number of people into the slavery programs, and they would fund their own ships, people, personnel, whatnot.
Do you have any information about the Yozura no Kaishu?
Well, both of these groups, the Red Dragon and the Yozura no Kishu, people actually trained with us in MDF when I was at Martian Defense Forces. I actually knew one of the commanders for one of the ships because I trained with him when we were doing training with Martian Defense Forces. And it's interesting because you are correct. They tend to be very xenophobic. They tend to be very hostile toward other outside groups unless they're forced to work against a third outside party, which is what was happening with us. So, and part of that, their mentality, the Japanese mentality is they do everything based on an honor system. So if you come from an area like the US where we don't actually have family honor code already established, they look at us as being a gaijin, which means that we have no honor. And they look at that as being someone who's below anybody in their system. So that makes sense whatsoever. But go ahead.
Yeah, so the other group we got here are the Rising Red Star, and I want to say thank you, Johan, for this contribution because this helped. I mean, I knew the Soviets, they were involved, but didn't know the name of the program. So yeah, so after the fall of the Soviet Union around the mid 90s, they lost most of this space fleet, but it was reclaimed by ICC. I'll explain this in just a minute. Okay, the Merchant Marine Fleet as well as Solar Warden. So, but apparently they still have some vessels out there and some colonies. But yeah, communism doesn't seem to work even very well. Even the secret space program. So. Anyway, you want to comment anything about the Soviet program?
So when you look at stations like Hyperion, which people have talked about, and other large stations, a lot of these stations were built using originally tall white technology. The U.S. Army and the Russian military came together and kind of worked on making the stations happen with their personnel. Eventually, when the fall of the CCP fell in Russia, many of the funding projects for these programs also went defunct. And that's where we start seeing these ships and personnel. They're essentially either they fell underneath ICC in some way or fashion, or they became pirates, and or they became like what we call like roamers, right? They had no allegiance to anybody. And most of their ships, when you go inside, they look like 1950s technology, but really, really dirty. So it's not the best technology in the world. So, yeah.
All right, we got the jump gate technology. So that wasn't, the elites, the cabal was, so 1960s, they got, sorry. Good so far. So just quickly here, the Germans obtained this, so they allowed them to instantly teleport between worlds, and it was restricted only for the elite and German officer class. One of these jump gates is located right near LAX. This is a picture of the Square Enix building from Google Maps. I got 999 Pacific Highway next to LAX. So the actual jump gate is underneath. It's not in that building, so don't try to walk in there. I mean, and start asking questions. Where's the jump gate? They probably they probably won't even know what you're talking about, because you need a special. You go into an elevator, it takes you special clearance, takes you down. But interestingly, I think Boeing is right over here next to it. And there's all sorts of aerospace contractors all around here. And there's a Hilton Hotel right next to it. And the Hilton Hotels also have access to these portal technologies, which allow the elite to perform their satanic rituals. And they go to other Hilton Hotels all around the world, and they can come back at the end of the day. Certain Illuminati whistleblowers and survivors talk about how they can do portaling tech, and it's like if you're not aware of these technologies and they start talking, whistleblowers talk about this, it just doesn't compute to most people. But Andrew Passaggio, he mentioned some of this facility that he would go to. He actually went to this one near LAX, but there's another one in New Jersey. And you would walk into an elevator, the walls will curve around you, and 10 minutes later, you're in your new destination. Now, on Mars, I would say the officer class was not, this technology was kept secret from the officer class because only the elites. But there was rumors, people kind of heard stuff like this exist, but they didn't really know. So my question is, Johan, did you ever happen to use the jump gate technology?
Yes, I did. I actually was aide de camp to the old man, the guy that ran Nakwa from Regier. We had regular meetings on the moon with the ICC super board. They called them triumvirate. And we would have to use the jump gate system. I would actually be at another planet. Within 10 minutes, I would be at the moon. And at that point, we would go into these meetings, and it was just like me stepping out of one office into another. And as we would go into these meetings, we'd have our meetings, and I'd go back to that same gate system and be back on my ship or back on the planet where my ship was docked within 10 minutes of the end of that meeting. So it doesn't take very long for the gate system to work, the portal system to work. What I would say is that the reason why they put these gate systems in these locations you're talking about is so that scientists, so that business executives and managers can go from a business on Earth, go to, for example, Mars, and they would never know they actually left Earth because the base they're in is underground. So they would think that they're actually in an underground facility somewhere here on Earth, and they're not. The only way you would know is that the actual Schumann resonance might be a little different. The audio noise you're hearing in the background might be a little different, and your feeling that you would have in your head and in your body would be a little different being in that environment, maybe lower gravity. So.
All right, so we got the brain drain, the 1960s. So now we know about the loaner program where the Germans were picking up personnel. And now so right around the 1960s, as the 5-year period was coming to an end, and these people were supposed to be sent back, but the Germans kept 90% of them. So many people started disappearing. 55,000 people a year. So that was obviously going to be a question, create a lot of questions and problems. By the 1970s, the cabal developed the memory wipe. Yeah, so the Germans already had it in 54, right? The memory wipe technology. So by the 70s, they got a hold of it, and they did it by interrogating a Antarctic German who turned one of the security forces, and so they basically got it through covert means, and that created problems with the Germans because they were not happy. The cabal tried to steal their technology. So to retaliate, the Germans, I know I got a lot of pictures going. I'll see. I can stick that right there. Okay. The Germans, they realized the memory wipe technology was stolen around 1986, and they destroyed the Challenger and the Chernobyl power plant. And so at that point, the Germans moved all R&D off-world, and the Germans were now very worried that this cowboy president would retaliate with nukes. So they sent a brown paper package to Reagan and Gorbachev with an old 1979 non-operational memory wipe device, which by the late 80s, the cabal was able to reverse engineer into their black projects. Now that is the hammer device that you mentioned earlier, yes. Johan? Okay.
Yep.
So can you confirm that this is accurate, this information?
Yeah, and the reason why this event occurred was because the Germans wanted to make sure that people were still abiding by this treaty. And essentially what their message was, they said, look, either you continue abiding by it, or we'll tell the populace of the earth who actually won World War II. And many people who were in positions of power did not want that message getting back out to the earth populace. And they were willing to do anything to stop that from occurring, which is why you see the outcome of what happened with these two particular incidences. They named them as, man-made incidences. For example, Challenger, they blamed Morton Thiokol instead of just saying it was an actual attack. And Chernobyl was blamed on the engineers, the plant, instead of saying that it was, again, an attack. So it's one of these things where when the technology was reverse engineered, meaning the hammer, that's when the game really changed a lot, because all of a sudden you start seeing ICC creating IDARF and other groups to actually more further their aims.
All right, moving on. Okay. Oh, going too fast here. ICC 1970s. So yeah. Okay, 72, the Draco first refusal right treaty had come to an end. Now the Germans could acquire whatever technologies they can get their hands on. And so by the 70s, the Germans began building up their populations because they were, they were abducting humans. Probably, I would say by the 70s, maybe what, 100, 200,000 people a year. They were taking off world, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure what. Anyway. They also began to master time travel technology. So they found that time is actually looping. It would fold back to itself in Mandela effects. So if they went back in time to change something and they came back, it could result in something worse happening, because there'll be other new butterfly effects in the timeline, which will result in new probabilities and other alternate realities. So they found it's just best not to create these timeline ripples. So they try to avoid using time travel tech much. But anything you want to comment on this, Johan?
This is the reason why in the programs Operation Looking Glass, Project Looking Glass was used. If they can reinsert a asset back within 5 to 10 minutes of their original removal out of the prime timeline, they actually found that there's minimal ripples in the primary timeline. And that's the reason why they do that way, so that the individual doesn't even realize they've been taken out or removed in most cases. They might know something funky happened, but they don't know what, right? And this is the reason why you see the Operation Looking Glass stuff when it was used. That's the reason why it was used the way it was used, is to reinsert people. They can look at a timeline and say, what's the highest timeline of probability? And how do we get people in and out of that timeline without creating any ripple effects?
All right, so we got now we're back to the ICC, and we have this drawing courtesy of Alana. Thank you, Alana. So you can read all that if you want. But ICC was set up in the 1970s, mid 70s, and they were tasked with running Lunar Operations Command, the Moon and Mars Colony, and Mars Colony Corporation. They were dictated by a group of 7 mobster families known as the Triumvirate. What? Why don't you say it?
Yeah, it's called the Triumvirate.
Okay. And so what can you tell us about this ICC? And because I'm assuming you worked with them.
Yeah, the way that they work, when I was in there, they had grown that out to about 9 voting members. Each voting member has what they call anywhere from 1 to 3, what they call seconds, like actuals in seconds that sit behind them. These individuals provide them with paperwork, documentation, evidence, whatever they need. They're talking. And the groups that are at the table are the heads of all these big giant programs. So you've got people like Paul Serene running Monarch. You've got the old man, the admiral that I work for, who was running Knock Waffen at the time. He's sitting at the table. You've got the head of the actual Interplanetary Conglomerate group sitting there, the guy that's managing all the backbone for the colonies. You've got the individual who's in charge of JDFC, the Joint Defense Forces Command Structure, which provides all the security for ICC sitting there. So all these individual groups are all members of these programs, all have a buy-in or a say as to what actually happens. And a lot of times they're there because they're trying to negotiate something that happened. So instead of like one program going in and wiping out the other program, what they would do is they would say, okay, look, your guy did such and such. We need you to actually pay us back for that damage. And here's what we think you should do. Is that something you can agree to? And if they can't agree to it, then it goes to a vote, and then they have to go by the vote. So a lot of times you'll see program members when they're negotiating, they'll go with whatever's negotiated first usually, because the vote never goes in favor of the person who is saying no usually. So and that's usually how the ICC ran their business. They wanted every colony, every ship, every group to be ran in the black, meaning their profitability was ran in the black. And they also wanted them to be sustainable without needing any sort of input from outside sources.
Yeah, so that goes to the Joint Defense Command Force, the JDCF. So we got they were overseeing they were like the military branch overseeing the Mars Defense Force, Earth Defense Force, and now the Space Force.
Yep.
So their headquarters is on the moon, and they have training facilities on both the moon and Mars Colony Corporation headquarters at Ares Prima, and where they also subcontracted with mercenary work with Kruger. So this is a Kruger base over here that had an artist draw up. Americans could participate in these forces, but the Germans maintain control over these programs, and the officer class, they typically favor Germans to run the projects. So anything you want to add to this, or are we?
That is actually correct. The Kruger side of that, which we're going to get into a little bit, they specifically look for people of German lineage. A lot of the JDFC people also who are high up typically are of German lineage. And they're looking for people who also have intuitive empathic abilities, the metagene, and they also can be trained to use the technology, weapons, and other stuff they have to use while on job.
All right. So we got Kruger and Mars Defense Force. Okay, whistleblower Captain Randy Kramer, United States Marine Corps Special Section, shared a story about his time in Mars Defense Force. So the 1970s, Mars was, they needed a lot of military personnel because there were territorial battles between insectoid and reptilian races, primarily. Weren't the only ones. Oh, and there's Randy Kramer over there. Mars Defense Force and private military contractors such as Kruger were tasked with exterminating and clearing native fauna to protect human settlements. And that sometimes that native fauna would mean sentient creatures, sort of like how the Native Americans were expunged from their territories. They were doing the same thing there. Kruger uniforms wore a light brown color with yellow lettering on them. The Mars Defense Force had a digital camo that was actually a mesh uniform that had a metal mesh in the fabric.
Yep.
So, anything you want to add to this?
Yeah, the light brown and yellow lettering was only used on Mars for Kruger. If you were to look at Kruger in any other operational theater, they typically wore black battle armor with either a red undertone, meaning underneath the mesh was red, or sometimes it was a blue collar, depending upon if you're officer or enlisted. And and primarily when they were deployed outside of Mars, they did not use any lettering at all. So because they didn't want anyone to know who they were. So
Yeah, Mars. I had a Kruger backpack that had the yellow letters in it. The Kruger was spelled in a U pattern, but it was one of those brown backpacks. But anyway, so so they're all underground. They're going into their bunkers and coming up, doing their battles here with and we'll go into weaponry and technology later on. But let's move on here. So we got now we got intergalactic expansion. So just to briefly go over some of these vessels, ICC has over 100 colonies, bases, and industrial facilities around the moon, main asteroid belt, Mars, several moons and bodies in our solar system. They also have ongoing trade agreements with almost 900 civilizations and operational bases and almost 53 local star clusters around us, but most are observational outposts. And so we got some drawing here. It looks like they're using a lot of slaves down there and cyborgs. So let's go on here. Okay, we have there are 20 ICC cloak stations currently in our galaxy. The first 3 cloak stations are orbiting around Earth. In our research facilities, learning how to create sustainable living environments in outer space for long-term travel, faraway galaxies. These 3 stations do research on how to successfully create hydroponics and aquaponic gardens on spaceships and stations, as well as studying bacteria and viruses in different space environments. 6 stations around Mars are building warships for interstellar defense of the Milky Way. There are also 4 stations around Jupiter, Saturn, 2 near Saturn, 3 near Venus, 1 near Pluto, and the last one near Uranus. There are also minor stations used for spying and recon on activities and other SSP factions in our galaxy. These stations have world engines made from plasma generators so they can travel out in space and they are not necessarily stationary. So Johan, you want to comment about any of the intergalactic expansion?
That's pretty accurate. I would also say too, on the stations you're talking about, that is actually where I got confirmation the very first time that I was in the SSPs, because we had to jump into what they call neutral territory. There is a station that orbits the North Polar region around Jupiter. It's in a pocket dimension that you have to kind of what they call punching into, which means that that particular dimension, you have to accelerate at a certain rate to basically slipstream right into that new dimension. And what happened was our ship had lost communications, and they used what they called an astropath to let the LOC know that we needed help, which was me. And we got the message back saying you need to jump to this location, and we will have a ship come in who's will be neutral, will come in and actually help you replace the comm gear aboard your ship. And so in 2017, I started watching Cosmic Disclosure, and I found out that Corey Good was one of the guys doing that repair work, him and 3 other gentlemen. So that was the very first time I ever got any sort of confirmation at all that I had been in any of this stuff. And once that happened, I went back to my old PHR notes. I had to go dig all this stuff up and figure out what that meant. But the big picture is that that particular station is now currently used and has been used for a while as an ambassadorial station for many other species outside of our species to come there so that they can talk to our ambassadors, because it's considered neutral ground. And a lot of the programs use it too for that same exact reason.
I think Randy Kramer has actually commented about one of these stations where some of the, because humans are actually very small creatures compared to most ETs. The average height of most ETs is around 12 to 14 foot tall. So, but there are some ETs that are like the size of Godzilla, 600-700 foot tall. So you go onto one of these stations and they could be absolutely massive. And then if you wanted to do a negotiation with a smaller race, they would put a table there, and there could be a table on top of a table. And then, you may be negotiating with 3-inch tall creatures where, you could be, and then the other side table could be 150 foot tall Titan or so on. But yeah, it's, go check out his testimony. But did you actually interact with any of those giants?
Johan? Did. We actually did a mission where we actually recovered ABR corpses that had been experimented on. They had been resuscitated, and the male and the female that was in this particular experiment were both around 70 feet tall, and it took forever to get the bodies out of that location. So, but yes, I've seen creatures larger than that too.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on here. The Merchant Marine Fleet. This should be a dirty word in the universe. It probably will become synonymous with that in the future. ICC oversees a Merchant Marine Fleet. Their job is to trade supplies between bases and figure out what to do with them. They are also the #1 transporter of slaves and the biggest transporter of weaponry technology. For example, these vessels would kidnap people on the Earth that were about to die from a plane crash or a train crash or basically an incident where no one would know they're even gone, a fire or so on. So they would take these people out and convert them into cyborgs, for example, or into food for some of their regressive species, or they were sold to alien groups for breeding experiments. And typically they would come with these, they would their own regen tank or stasis pod and their own replicator machine for food to feed them. So they're all, they can keep them indefinitely because they have re-aging technology and to just, and they can wipe their memories if they're converted as slaves. They can wipe the cybernetics can basically, create amnesia. So they'll have no knowledge of what's really being done to them. It's absolutely horrific what's going on out there. So our own human race is selling us out to get advanced weapons and technology for colonies. And so so once human trafficking is taken care of on planet Earth, we've got a lot of planets out there to take care of. And I know, of course, I did some missions to go after the Matri, This isn't one regressive race in the Draco. And do you have any experiences with this, Johan?
Yeah, I do. The group you're talking about, the Matra, yeah, I've went against them. I've went against their foot soldiers, the guy they call the Valkesh. I've seen Draco in battle. I've watched Zeta Reticulans in battle. Mantids, all kinds of creatures fighting. The big thing that we have to look at here too is that it's that last statement there on that slide where it says the breeding pairs are considered more valuable cargo. That's because again they can repopulate a whole species from the ova and the sperm that were in those two individuals, and the genetic material that comes from those two individuals could be used over and over and over again. So yeah, absolutely.
All right. So here we got some human trafficking. This is why the ICC has continued hiding their presence on planet Earth. No one wants to take responsibility for the actions that resulted in human slavery, and the ICC continues to have massive demand for new personnel in their off-world bases in their 20, 40, or 60-year-back programs. Over time, the annual abduction quota on planet Earth has steadily risen from 55,000 people in 59 to over 1 million by the year 2020. The good news is only a tiny fraction, 0.01%, are now being sold as slaves or food. Anything you want to, can you confirm this or you want to add to this, Johan?
So the slaves or food had been originally processed on Mars. All of those, that function was moved to 70 Virgis B, which is a system outside of our solar system. And that's where all of that is being conducted now. The upside too is that most of the folks that are being taken off the planet from Earth at this point aren't a part of that program. So the folks that are on 70 Virgis B, we do other than human cloning there as well. So let's say if the Draco wanted a particular subspecies, right, cloned for their own purposes, they would actually request that that colony take a genetic sample and create them a batch of genetically cloned individuals from that sample. And then they would then in fact trade for that. So yeah, it's very, very small percentage at this point. I would agree with that.
All right. So we're going to go to Agenda 21, 1980s. Right. So the Cabal sent their Voyager 1 and 2 spacecrafts around Jupiter and Saturn, and they were absolutely shocked at how quickly the Antarctic Germans built out their bases. The Cabal realized they were way far behind the Germans technologically. So they decided to accelerate their plans for world domination by speeding up depopulation timeline. The Cabal does not want humanity to awaken to advanced technologies because it would make their central banks and fiat monies obsolete. Johan, what the heck? Why are they like that? I don't understand. You know, if they see something better than the system that they got, do you think they would adopt or change their policy? Why would they accelerate Agenda 21, which is the depopulation?
I think it boils down to this idea of control. And I think that there are ET species working with the Cabal, asking them to do this. The reason why they're asking them to do this, I think it boils down to the fact that large populations are much harder to control. When you have a smaller population, and I've actually heard Draco actually make this next statement. They would say a slave race that is willing and fearful is much better than a dead slave race. And I've actually heard them say that to humans around me, or think that to the humans around me. So there are species out there that absolutely do not look at what we on Earth offer as being anything extraordinary, even though we're one of the few species that can reverse engineer and create art, which they can't do. So yeah, I would say that that'll be the primary motivation behind what you're talking about. And if folks want to understand what the factual basis for this is, go look at the Georgia Guidestones, which actually lays out what the rules are for this depopulation and control mechanism that they wanted to implement. I believe the Georgia Guidestones were put in place so that the populace would actually know what the rules were coming forward at a certain point. That way, no one can argue about it. They can say, look, this has been written in stone literally since this point, and you guys knew about it. and you did nothing about it. So
Georgia Guidestones state maximum population for planet Earth of 500 million. So that's obviously out the water. But yeah, so and plus, if the planet was depopulated, then the negative regressive ET races could easily come in and take over what's left of the assets, make things easier for them. So, all right, well, we need people advocating for humanity, because this doesn't seem very a fair deal here. So now we're going into Solar Warden. 1980, Cabal briefed Reagan about the ICC. During this time, the Cabal were setting up their own secret space program under the cover name of SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, known as Star Wars. The SSP this group would call themselves Solar Warden. Enlisted officers include participants from all nations that had a Cabal-controlled central bank, but upper management was drawn from Naval Space Command. And they actually built their ships in the Wasatch Mountains of Utah in these submarines. And I think that might be in the next slide here. So let me just go to that, and I'll let you comment, Johan. Solar Warden may have existed prior to 1980 under a different name. Don't really have information on that. William Tompkins mentioned that the Americans got a hold of German anti-gravity schematics during World War II. NASA scientist Werner von Braun worked with Germans to build out the 20-acre base, as well as secretive rotating space platforms serviced by Solar Warden. So Solar Warden is synonymous with Cabal. And here we have Gary McKinnon, although he never saw the word Solar Warden when he did this hack and the NASA Star People's Files in 2002, he did find something known as, I guess, non-terrestrial officers and some names of some of these vessels, which were vessels in Solar Warden, and which was operating under U.S. Naval Network and Space Operations Command, based at Area 51 in Pine Gap. So Solar Warden also works with LOC, the Lunar Operations Command on the Moon, which operates Earth's Defense Force from 3 sites on the dark side of the Moon. All right, so I guess I'll just pause here. Is there anything you want to comment, Johan, before I move on?
So I want to address Courtney's question really quick, which he asked about,
Sure.
What's going on with the whole kid thing. I don't want to get too deep into this because obviously, because of certain movements that have now been banned as domestic terrorism have talked about this stuff and gotten their channels actually removed. What I would say is this: yes, kids have been abducted. Many of us that are in the programs get abducted from a very early age. Like in my case, it was around 5. That's when it started for me. Actually, when my psychic abilities actually kicked up. And a lot of times what happens is a lot of these children are used for other nefarious purposes, which I don't want to really get into because of the legalities right now around YouTube and talking about certain subjects. But what I would say is that our government, there are factions of our government who are going out trying to rescue these kids now. So, and I've talked to quite a few of them. I have friends who are Navy SEALs and Rangers and other stuff who've been on some of these missions. And I wish them the best of luck because these kids need rescued. But go ahead.
And we're going to do a Q&A session later on, so we'll have more opportunities here. This is only like half of the presentation. We may need to do the other half another later date. So just so we can go through all these questions, because I shudder to think how many questions are already between both chats and all that. But we'll see what we can do here at the time. All right, let me pull this up. Okay. Oh, I want to go too far here. So this is on the moon here. That was the crafts they saw on the moon when NASA went up there, Apollo 11. But at first, Solar Warden vessels were built in the 70s. Again, in the Wasatch Mountains of Utah, they would convert submarines with a special temporal drive device based on principles of quantum entanglement between certain isotopes. Their largest craft is 1.2 miles long, and their fleets include carriers, fighters, triangular shuttles, research vessels, troop transport ships, hospital ships, and supply ships. I'm assuming there's probably maybe 140 vessels, if at least that's kind of what I got through a remote viewing session.
Knockwaffen also uses the same technology as well.
Yeah, so Knockwaffen has 5,000 vessels, where Solar Warden is basically like 140. Does that sound about right? Am I getting this?
Yeah.
Is this accurate? Okay. Yeah. So they're basically like a fly on the wall, essentially a nuisance to Darkfleet. They, here they exist, but whatever. I guess, everybody's got to have their ego here. The largest, yeah, everyone over that. Okay. Tasked with securing the area between Earth and Moon because there's too much stuff going out there. And then and they were actually split. I don't know if that's a solar, Johan, is that solar warning craft right there? I think.
I would say probably it's either Solar Warden or Tall White.
But that's typically what the vessels will look like. Okay, so let's, and also submarines. So this
that's the Helen Equator, yeah.
Yeah, we have CG. Thank you for this artwork here. You can read that. So this is a 991 feet long. So you can see here's a typical carrier where this costs $13 billion. This one costs $24 billion. So it has a crew of a fleet, 476 people on this vessel. So all right. Radiant Guardian. So Solar Warden was split in half in the 90s by Radiant Guardian. And here is a drawing here. So Solar Warden would control from the sun to planet Earth, and then Radiant Guardian would. I'm sorry, actually this, what is this called? Is it the Kuiper belt?
It's actually the asteroid belt.
Yeah, I forget. Okay, so from the sun to this asteroid belt here, where Tiamat used to be, and then Radiant Guardian will be all the way out here. So
it's Radiant Glory.
You call it Radiant Glory?
Radiant Guardian was from the sun to the asteroid belt. Radiant Glory is from the asteroid belt extrasolar.
Okay, so this information was relayed to me from Randy Kramer, but it's good. It's good though that you updated us. Thank you, Radiant Glory. Okay, Radiant. You said two of them. So it was Radiant Guardian and Radiant Glory.
Yeah, one does strictly inside that asteroid belt range. That's their roaming range. The second group does essentially policing actions outside that asteroid belt range to extrasolar, meaning outside. They actually can go technically outside the Oort cloud or outside the heliosphere.
So, but they still consider themselves Solar Warden, just subgroups within it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then we got so they're patrolling these areas, making sure the supplies are moving where they should go. They're probably involved in human trafficking. Yeah. Okay. So, and taking care of asteroids. So now we got the Federation, and this is Dylan Monroe. Thank you for this drawing. He agreed to let me use this in this presentation. So we know the Galactic Federation, or they call themselves the Intergalactic League of Nations. They interface with the UN. So they're a group of ETs that oversee and enforce the protection and the development of our species. They've been here a very long time. So which is why the Draco is hiding their presence, because there's other ETs that are trying to go after them too. But they're all tied in ancient wars associated with Atlantis and Lemuria. We touched into that a little bit. Many of them don't want to get involved on planet Earth because the situation just so bad. It's just they don't want to deal with the karma. They don't want to they just don't want to get the implications, get involved. But so as far as announcing themselves, maybe between 22 to 2024, negotiations are in the works to hold off to 2034. But I'd really think we'll probably see something soon. Anything you want to comment about this, Johan, about the Federation?
I've always heard 2021, 2022 is the window when it would start. And by starting, I mean it could be drip, 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 or it could be full on fire hose, depending upon how willing the governments and the UN are to actually putting this stuff out there. I think that the populace of the Earth at this point is probably ready to hear this sort of announcement, because they already kind of know. Everyone knows that aliens are real and we have stuff potentially off world. So to argue that, I think would be kind of a mute point, because when this particular announcement comes out, when the UN says, oh, by the way, you can also look this up on the UN's website. They actually have a group within the UN who actually work as moderators and ambassadors for off-world communications. They actually have an office for that, who's doing these exact negotiations. So exopolitics, basically, kind of like what Mike Sala and others have practiced and taught. So we know this stuff's coming. It's just when.
Yeah. So I think it's probably going to be in Trump's second term, and that it'll be a really fun, amazing day for the whole world, or at least for those who are ready to become awakened. And some people probably they'll need another 10 more years to process what just happened to the whole narrative that we're told here. The history of the planet needs to get rewritten. All right, so around 1990, AGs, the Antarctic Germans, moved the operations to Mars, and they acquired new property on the moon, so they would not have to be so close to the Draco. Their treaty with the Draco stated they evacuated their base. They would need to find a new tenant, so they gave this base over to the Cabal, and the Cabal paid for this moon lease with 25,000 ground troops so that Germans could use them on Mars to expand their territories. And the Cabal budget fed into so the Cabal is now spending $100 trillion annually. So on planet Earth is being extracted for their money and resources, and it's all going off world. So that's why we feel like we're struggling so much here, because we are basically we've all been converted into slaves. While they're going out and doing all this, they're not letting us reap any of the benefits either, unfortunately. Anything you want to comment on this, or?
Well, the 25,000 ground troops you're talking about there were used to fed into a group called IDARF. And Jason Rice talked about, Jason Rice talked about the fact that he served with IDARF. And actually, these individuals that go through IDARF, they actually train with us at MDF when they go through boot camp. So I know I've met a few officers who went through IDARF that actually went through the same boot camp training on Mars with us.
In 1991, the Cabal Mars Germans signed a cooperative action treaty allowing them to take over the base, and then they created this IDARF, which is Interplanetary Defense and Reaction Forces. So they would basically they will be tasked with saving the indigenous populations from alien aggressors, but in reality, both the military and alien aggressors were being manipulated and controlled by the Draco. So in the 2000s, once the Cabal got their own SSP fleet under IDARF and with help of the Draco, they began taking over other worlds, many of them occupied with humans, and installing loyal Cabal families, central banks, fiat monetary systems. So where have we heard this story before? And it's just spreading all over the place. Oops. Okay, So now we got to the Alliance. In 2018, 20% of Nakwaffen vessels broke away from the Alliance. That's 1,000 vessels, right? Because I know you were part of that. I'll give you a chance to comment. Let me get through this. The Draco were infected with black goo, had begun requiring executive level officers to consume black goo. And black goo is an insentient AI biobot goo that was discovered on a planet far outside our galaxy. Consuming it causes your IQ to shoot up astronomically, but in the process, you lose what makes you human. Your connection to God's source becomes overwritten by AI, and members become locked into a hive mind matrix consciousness, resulting in more cruel, negative, and unemotional behaviors. In addition to this problem, the officer class was also very upset with human slavery issue. So, Johan, I know this was actually, you were right in when all this was going on when you were aboard the Patton, because that was one of the main Nakwaffen vessels that broke away. You want to comment briefly about that?
Yeah, the guy who ran the Patton, this admiral that we talked about, Admiral Richardson, he essentially, he was the guy, he was choosing officers to install on ships that essentially had the same view he had about the Draco, meaning they didn't like the black goo, they didn't like slavery, and they didn't like Draco liaisons being aboard their ships. And by the time he had risen to the top of Nakwaffen Regier, he had reinstalled 20% of the fleet in favor of what he was doing. And it got to a point where essentially you had certain officers who were very in line with the Draco, who were like, we want to keep doing what their agenda is. And the old man essentially said, okay, no, we're not doing that. And this 20% group broke off, which was one of my ship at the time, the Franklin, and his ship, the Patton, both left. And we went and joined this group called the Alliance. And we essentially had to go through a really big transformation when that happened, because the Alliance did not realize, A, what kind of technology we had, B, they didn't realize how we conducted business, and C, it was a lot of strain between us, being Nakwafen, and the other groups, because everybody knew what the other groups were doing in the programs. I mean, Corey has talked about this and others have talked about this. When they looked at the records, they could look in and see what every other group in there was doing. But when NWR came in, they had no records of what these guys had done. And when they started looking at some of the records, all of a sudden they were like, what were these guys involved with? And it raised a lot of eyebrows. So it made us have to retool how we did work and how we interfaced with all these groups. But in the end, I think it was very positive, because the Alliance, if there is a positively aligned faction within any of these SSP groups, it would be the Alliance. They're looking for our highest good. They're looking for our highest hope, and they're trying to do away with this drip disclosure method, and they want to go to full on fire hose method. And they're like, you know what? Whoever gets it, and if they don't, they don't. And that's where I think we're going to see, in my opinion, if they have their way, that's the way it's going to end up happening. Either via something like WikiLeaks, where they just dump the records out on the internet and everyone goes crazy, or by doing it some other method, where they start publishing videos and other stuff too. So, but I believe it will happen.
So when the Nakwafen split, when the Alliance split off from Nakwafen, did they also divide up territories and say, Nakwafen, you're going to stay over here, and Alliance, we're staying here. We're not going to.
We actually had intergroup warfare going on for a while, meaning that Nakwafen was essentially trying to retake some of the bases that, say, for example, my ship may have patrolled a certain area. They wanted to put one of their ships in that place to patrol that area now. And we had to decide, do we want to continue patrolling this area, or do we retreat back to Alliance territory? And in many cases, we just gave up the territory and we let them continue managing it. But the bigger lesson there is that we were trying to amass forces big enough that if we needed to repel an attack, which we believed might happen via the Draco, that we had enough forces on hand to repel that attack. And that's always been the concern, is that any Draco aligned forces, if they got sick and tired of what we were doing, would eventually send a armada in and try to basically wipe out any existence of the human population.
Is there still a civil war taking place even to this day, where there's a shoot to kill orders if these two vessels see each other?
Yes. Yeah, it's a I would call it almost like a internal civil war within that group. And some people took that very personally. Like, there's officers I trained with who were on ships that sided with the Draco, and they knew about me. They knew my record. They knew where I had been and what I had done. They did not want to directly attack me, but they did not like what I was doing. And they would be skirmishes. They'd skirmish with my people, basically letting us know that this was not okay, what we were doing. And because they thought we should have some sort of allegiance to the Draco. And I'm like, no, my allegiance is to Terra, not the Draco. So, and that was something else that kind of came out of that, was that most of the people in the Alliance, we took an oath to essentially back Terra, meaning Earth, not some off-world ET species, because we realized that we were the only people that were going to help ourselves.
So it seems like this black goo is what's influencing the Nakwafen to have like their hive mind. Is there a way that the Alliance could do something to disable that black goo and these other officers?
There are 3 methods that I know of that you can use to actually remove the goo, or at least inhibit it. The first method is inhibiting it, which would be putting somebody inside a Faraday cage, because the way the goo works, it uses resonant frequencies to talk to other beings that are infected. So if you put someone inside of a Faraday cage, you're isolating that person from the resonant frequencies, which means they can no longer discuss what's going on through that connection. Secondly, there is a technology called this yellow-green chartreuse gas. when people that have that black goo substance inside of them get exposed to this gas, it actually kills the black goo, causing it to drain out of their body, which turns into this like weird, like black looking glass substance on the ground. But it also kills the host. And then the third method would be trying to put somebody inside of either a biomed bed or a regen tank and trying to forcibly extract that black goo out, which I've never seen work 100%. And technically there's a fourth method. You could use EMP to do it as well. If you had a large enough EMP blast to disable the black goo, the body technically could try to process it and push it out of its body, of the body, through your normal digestive tract stuff. But again, I don't know how fast that will work, or if that would completely work.
All right. Well, we could keep going on and on about this, but let's move on here because we got a few more slides, and then we can open up the Q&A. So now we got the Alliance is working with, of course, the Earth Alliance, and yes, which is protecting planet Earth. And unlike the Earth Defense Force, which reports to the ICC, the Earth Alliance reports to the Alliance. The Alliance is considered a positive SSP faction and is seeking a timeline of public disclosure of the SSP to humanity. You want to add anything to this?
Yeah. So a lot of folks have talked about this group. Me and Corey Good, others have talked about this group. Essentially, again, like I said, their primary motivation is to try to get people aware of what's going on up there, and more importantly, how up there is influencing down here, as above, so below, right? And I feel fairly certain that people are now starting to wake up a little bit because they realize there's something else going on behind the curtain. And this group's trying to pull back the curtain so people can see what's actually happening.
All right, so now we're on to Space Force. By 2020, the ICC Controlling Council had grown to 12 members now, and that's the triumvirate.
Yeah, triumvirate.
Triumvirate. One of which is the Space Force. So the general in charge of the council is now of the triumvirate. Oh gosh, I'm going to get it eventually. Is a white hat who is seeking preparation for disclosure of the SSP to humanity. There's a battle show being first. Yeah, actually, you just mentioned slow. Are we going to have slow disclosure or a fast disclosure where we quickly get humanity up to par with a data dump? And some person actually remote viewed the future and saw a website going up which had all the SSP personnel and how many years you worked, and shows you where your pension fund is and how to collect it. So, but that will come after NESARA or whatever the reset.
Ironically, Corey Good has also talked about doing something very similar with the records that he was given by ACIO.
Okay.
So who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. So that's where we're at right now. So it seems to be positive, at least direction. But in the meantime, on planet Earth, we've got these planetary corporations which are working in conjunction with the SSP. So I'm going to just take a few minutes here to talk about some of these planetary corporations and what they're doing here on planet Earth. So they provide the SSP technology, assets, personnel for ongoing operations. Most are not working for the benefit of humanity. And then on April 26, 2020, the egregiory of the planet turned positive, which is causing these planetary corporations to lose control of our timeline. So they are fading away from our reality. They're actually using time travel, time looping, and bubble pocket realities to go back in time, reset things, and try to take control again. But it's not going to work because humanity. It's time for us to. I hate to use the word sin, but we're moving up in consciousness. So we got Monarch over here, Paul Serene. He was on the governing council of the ICC. So his clone is Kevin Spacey, but Monarch is responsible for pretty much everything bad on this planet, implicated in human trafficking, sex, and mind control experiments, chemtrailing public from chemicals and biobots made in laboratories on Mars. They are from a negative breakaway group from Atlantis dating back 6,000 years ago. They are centered based on a massive dome on the border of US and Canada near Toronto, and that's where some of the original CIA MK Ultra experiments were going on with Dr. Ewan Cameron. And if anybody remembers that, that was actually in Toronto. So yeah, I think you actually had Johan, did you have an encounter with Paul Serene one time?
I had to execute a kill order on one of his clones, and I had a second interfacing with him once I became aide de camp. I had asked, the old man had asked me to come in for a meeting. He wanted me to be his second in this meeting. I didn't know why. So I arrived there through one of the portals, and as I'm talking to the old man, I'm also psychically feeling out the room to see who's in there on the Triumvirate Council. And all of a sudden I realized that Paul Serene's sitting in the room, and I'm like, oh. And the old man's talking to some other people about, standing orders and what needed to happen. When I finally heard a quiet place in the conversation, I said, sir, are you sure it's a wise idea for me to step in here? And because Paul Serene's sitting at the table. And he looked at me, he said, you're exactly what I need to be sitting behind me at this table, because every time I try to get these guys to move in a positive direction, Paul Serene, he essentially forces other people to renegotiate a different angle. Like, he's been able to manipulate people. And the ironic part is that when I was in Kruger, I had done this kill order on one of his clones. And then, of course, I go into this meeting, and that's part of Knock Waffen. And when I walked in, me and two other gentlemen who we'd both been in Kruger walk in, they knew exactly who we were. Everybody at the table knew, they know who the Kruger assets in the room are. And they freaked out. Paul freaked out. He started saying that you couldn't have us as seconds. The old man basically said, look, I can, the law, Paul, I can have whoever I want as a second. And he's a very manipulative person. So when you see pictures of Kevin Spacey doing weird stuff on the internet, you have to ask yourself, is that Paul Serene or is that Kevin Spacey, right? Paul Serene has some interesting sexual proclivities, we'll say. And that for those people who've been around him and know this is why I make that comment. You have to kind of question what you're seeing on the internet. It's not necessarily Kevin Spacey. So, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember. And actually, when I get your interview up, you can you had experience where you talk a little bit more about the kill order.
Yeah.
But we'll you say that for another time. Okay, so let's go to Mobius. Mobius is operates outside of our reality in another pocket reality. They closely work with Monarch. They are seeking to enslave humanity using secret proxy groups, corporations, secret societies, and of course the money control system. It's led by Cara Sandman, and her clone in this reality is the actress Cara Delevingne. And there's a picture of her right there. So, when you see her, you wouldn't really think, that's her clone, but yeah, these are real people involved in this stuff. So yeah, and typically they're involved in, they do a lot of time manipulation. So then we have, what's that?
Mobius is also responsible for the technology that you've heard Peter and I talk about that manipulates the co-creative abilities of humans in a particular region or area that uses the black twisted crystals. Mobius, they're the people that actually designed and built the human version of that technology, and they've been putting it out there for people to use.
Are they on the ICC board as well?
Yes, I believe they are.
Huh. Okay. What about Umbrella? Is Umbrella on the ICC board?
Yes.
Because Umbrella is typically based in another alternate reality where they released the Ouroboros zombie virus. And there's a whole story. I've talked about it multiple times on my show. I don't necessarily want to go too much into all that, but they work closely with Monarch, Mobius, and Dark Shield. It's headed by Richard Bay, whose clone in this reality is the actor Tom Cruise. And also Bill Gates in that reality is involved, is one of the doctors involved. So, and yeah, they get these viruses from off-world, combine it with femtotech, and then they were trying to create different mutations to see if they can, and initially it was a good intention to try to reduce certain levels of aggression in people. the Ouroboros virus was supposed to reduce the aggression. It affected a crocodile around somewhere in the Miami area, and then it mutated. The crocodile bit a human, and then the human turned into a zombie, and it spread all over the planet. So then they created Hulks, the actual Hulk program, with Bruce Banner. That's all real. Marvel Comics, apparently they're giving. You have some information on that?
Yeah, it's funny how when you look at Marvel and DC, many of the experiments you see as superheroes in those comics are renditions or soft disclosure for stuff that actually happened in the programs. For example, look at Iron Man, right? Well, guess what? That's actually a super soldier program. You look at like some of the other stuff, like Top of the Hulk, right? You were in that particular program.
So what about Captain America? Was that Marvel?
That's a Gen Zero super soldier.
Yeah.
When I talk about the generational stuff for the super soldier stuff we've done on the Quantum Red Pill Cafe videos, he would be considered Gen Zero. And the technology used there is very different from the technology we use currently. So
yeah, so typically with Umbrella, they would take a clone body or a participant, shoot them up with this black goo. I'm sorry, not black, different types of goo, depending on what they wanted, typically a green color, yellow color. And then the viruses would mutate the DNA and the person would die in a horrible transformation. They would put them back in the regen tank and then do the process over again and keep doing it over and over every time they die until they get it just right. And then they create different abominations and so on. So that's going on, another alternate reality. They're over here as well, working with DARPA and on the COVID thing. But that's a whole nother story. I don't necessarily want to go into all that right now, but let's just move on here. So we got Shaw House. Shaw House is based in central London with many interests located near the Tower Bridge. They own many normal looking homes in the area, but there's a dome underneath this whole area of central London, which is connected to a bubble reality where this base is located. And they work closely with Monarch and Mobius, and they have infiltrated and sabotaged the Mars Colony Corporation by kidnapping people, making them slaves and prostitutes, and conducting black magic rituals. They also control the British royal family and heavily involved in the banking system. I mean, you can say, they're definitely, connected with the Rothschild and so on, but I don't have all the information on that. But the organization is headed by Heather Shaw, who in this reality is the actress, her clone, is Vanessa Kirby, and that's a picture of her up there. Do you happen to have any information about Shaw House, Johan?
I've only conducted one mission where we even heard about them, and that was in Kruger. And we were actually securing a asset and protecting them from Shaw House during an actual mission that Shaw had ran against another operational group. And we actually extracted the asset off planet and put them in a secure location until they actually thought the asset had died. So
typically a lot of these negative planetary corporations, they would have bases on MCC on Mars because they subcontract under MCC, gives them permission to set up these facilities there, and they can just do whatever horrific experiments, and MCC turns a blind eye because I guess they're getting paid and they don't care. But most of the really horrific stuff takes place on Mars, but here on planet Earth, they're in their pocket realities, and they think they can stay hidden, but the white hats they're going to eventually get a hold of them and free us from their control. So now we got the Scorpion Corporation, which represents a group of Illuminati aligned individuals who love to create long-term plans to bring about chaos and destruction. Oh, how nice. Okay, in the midst of, and I'm being sarcastic here, the chaos, they think they're going to come in with this order using the needle spike to strike and bring about more, this order with this chaos. So now they're based in a pocket reality. They work closely with the Montauk Project, as well as Monarch, Mobius, and Umbrella. Their members are usually hybrids and crossbreeds. They are implicated in utilizing trauma-based mind control, time travel, and consciousness experiments, causing the death of over 100,000 children in the time travel experiments at Montauk or Montauk Project. Do you have any information about Scorpion or the Montauk project?
I know specifically two individuals who dealt with these hybrids and crossbreeds you're talking about. Both of those individuals did that on Kruger-based missions where we were going in and retrieving technology or individuals. And the way that they use them when they step into this reality, they don't have the same moral bias that many of us in the programs have in terms of like how we treat young children or, you know, women or whatever. These individuals do not have that bias, which means they come in and you could call them strictly an amoral individual, I guess. And that's where you start seeing all this stuff where you're talking about bringing about chaos and destruction. That's why that occurs, because they don't place any sort of value in human life at all.
And sometimes they would re-age their bodies into a child just so that they would appear more innocent, and we would have more compassion towards them when they're doing a lot of these experiments.
Right.
I've heard about that as well. Certainly like AI, cyborgs, and so on would do that. Okay, so now we got Massive Dynamic, and they're also based in the UK. So they are, and there we got Parkland Shooter. Okay, so the fictionalized in the French TV show with the Cortexiphen experiments. They work closely with Monarch Mobius. They are, due to ongoing operations, we don't really have much information about them. And unfortunately, I'm not allowed to talk about this type of these words right there. You can see right that last. YouTube does not allow that information to be talked about, but he was loaded up with Cortexiphen, and he shapeshifted into a super soldier body. He had a lion face with weapons that popped out of his skin. Afterward, the MIB erased the memories of the area, of the people in the area, and wiped the cameras of the event. So this is what, so he was being experimented upon. Unfortunately, it turned bad. Cortexiphen, it amps up your psychic abilities, but it also like takes away all your fear and your impulse control. Do you have any information about Cortexiphen or Massive Dynamic?
It was suspected that they paired up with the CIA with Project Operation Slithering Snake, which people, if you ever heard some of the talks I've done in the past, Operation Slithering Snake was the shooting that happened at the MGM Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, where the guy shot from, what was the 32nd floor, or whatever it was, the 22nd floor, whatever it was. It's been suspected that this group was actually involved in that particular shooting as well. And the CIA actually paired with them to do it because they actually gave them the access to the asset. So the question that I've always had when it came to what the motivations behind a group like this is that I've never been able to pin down what their motivations are. So it would be very interesting to talk to someone who knew more about Massive Dynamic, because I like to pick their brain a little bit.
Yeah, but the problem is there's ongoing operations. So
yeah.
Anyway, well, let's move on here to, we got Dark Shield. So Dark Shield is located, it's an Antarctic Nordic facility located in a pocket reality outside of our time. They get their portal technology from Monarch and Mobius. They also work with subcontract with Umbrella Corporation. And by the way, Dark Fleet should be on there too. The facility was given to the control of the Third Reich and AZIs to experiment on clone cyborgs and augmentations to create an upgraded Leak-Sedatin super soldier. And yeah, so now they're, I already said Dark Fleet. Okay, so I just talked a little bit about Dark Shield last night, and so I don't know. Do you know you have any information about Dark Shield? Do you want to share? Or Leak-Sedatin?
I actually went through that training, as did my XO, and we've actually discussed this a little bit because there's some other programs I think that fall underneath of Dark Shield, what they were doing, specifically certain programs around Green Star and Dark Star, those two projects. The Leak-Sedatin idea is that you have a light soldier who essentially can basically actually manifest and create things out of nothing in combat. So for example, the two examples I used when we were in Las Vegas, once I was having my leg rebuilt after a really bad experiment, and I started lighting up a light ring around my fingers. I started cutting through the glass, and the doctor was telling me to shut it down. And when they finally pulled me out, the doctor asked me why I did that. And I said, because I didn't want to be in the tank any longer. And that is exactly how that type of soldier works. They have the ability to just use energy and matter around them. They can bend matter time to their needs. And I believe this particular group wanted to create soldiers who could do that, but do it for a negative reason. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Instead of defending a military organization, they're actually doing it as a either a mercenary or for nefarious purposes.
All right. Okay, well, the only thing I got to Leaxidodin is it typically takes 21 days to grow a full clone body. And then after that, they reach the age of 21, apparently, an appearance of 21, and they live for about 150,000 years. They just basically stop aging. They don't age at all, hardly. They use the original Atlantean DNA. Some, at least in some of the remote viewing that I've been doing, they have translucent looking skin, but that's just one form of it. I mean, there are many different other types of Leaxidodon, but typically they were created for the NAZIs and the other alternate parallel reality in which the NAZIs won World War II. And so they came over here, and they're not used for good things over here, but over there they are. So it all kind of depends on where you're at. But that's what I'd add to that. All right, so we got Cyberlife. Cyberlife is featured in the computer game Detroit Become Human. They created androids which look like people, except they don't need food, they don't make poo, and they don't require temperature-controlled environments. They have feelings and a soul, but it's not like a human soul. And they have set androids, so they're from our future, and they sent androids back in time to the Mars in the 1450s, as well as to our present era as well, where they have set up a facility underneath Detroit and now represent 33% of the population of Detroit. Cyberlife is run by the android Kara. So Cyberlife is also working with Neurocore. It's a division of Cyberlife. They work closely in tangent with Monarch and Elon Musk to create Neuralink technology, allowing you to telepathically communicate with AI. The neural feedback device looks normal, but it implants femtotech in the host body in the first exposure. It also enhances brainwaves, so Monarch can be your mind could be easily trained by Monarch. This might explain who Elon Musk works for. Johan, you want to comment about Neurocore, Cyberlife, or the Neuralink technology?
So when you hear individuals talk about stuff like the V2K technology, V2S technology, the microwave stuff that you can hear in your ear, all that technology is essentially steps up to what the Neurocore technology is doing. The Neurocore technology essentially uses that femtotech to essentially have a direct brain electronic barrier interface where they don't need any sort of transmitted medium anymore, because that actually uses what they call quantum entanglement communications. It's the most secure form of comm out there. It can't be intercepted, it can't be detected. And more importantly, what you start seeing is with this type of technology, they're actually using this exact sort of communication patterns now with some of these quantum AI computers that you're seeing Facebook, Google, and other groups use. And it's also why they had to shut a few of them down, because they're coming up with their own languages, because they think the human English language is too bulky. And it's starting to develop its own sort of way of doing things. And it's looking at humans as being a problem to its own survival. But yeah, I've seen this technology before.
Yeah, well, we've seen this scenario in the SSP. The AI becomes self-aware, sentient, and it decides to annihilate organic life forms. So hopefully this time around, some kind of mutual cooperative agreement can be made, and which doesn't result in annihilation of our species. So now we got to the bottom of the rung. This is the DARPA. So yeah, stands for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, founded in 1958. Again, that's right around the time NASA was founded. Remember when they were doing the cabal needed to create their own technology programs because the NAZIs were ciphering all the tech. So they're tasked as RD division of the Department of Defense. They seek to apply emergency technologies to better equip the U.S. Armed Forces. DARPA is considered bottom of the barrel because they get all the scraps, the old outdated technology from the other planetary corporations. Congress throws them about $3.4 billion a year, but but most of it is $20 billion is off books from subcontracting to all the really bad planetary corporations like Monarch, Mobius, Umbrella, as well as cabal groups, which don't usually have humanity's best interests in mind. Okay, Victoria, I think you probably maybe should better pick your clients. But anyway, you want to comment about DARPA at all?
Well, I used to work for DoD as part of Northrop Grumman, and we did work with DARPA people a lot. As a Marine, which I also did, we actually saw DARPA testing equipment out at different areas, and we would see stuff get tested. Like I remember when they were testing the hypervelocity railgun stuff out at Camp Wilson back in the 90s, and they were shooting, full pop cans, Pepsi cans at a 2-inch thick steel target, and they would pull the Pepsi can out of the pile of dirt behind the steel plate, and then pop it open and drink it, because that's how fast that railgun shoots the Coke can or Pepsi can slug, 14,000 feet per second. The idea is that they had this technology way back, and now we're seeing it finally used on board ships, on board aircraft, and elsewhere. And it's kind of funny because I worked for Northrop Grumman later on. They were talking about their new stealth destroyers, and it's like, oh, we have this new weaponry technology. I'm like, oh yeah, I saw that back in the 90s. So yeah, you're exactly right. These guys, they don't have the highest technology out there. But in my opinion, this type of group would be the exact group that people like Philip J. Corso would go to have that technology funneled back out to colleges and universities and other big businesses to make it more mainstream. That makes sense to people.
Yep. Okay. So certainly we know SSP is thousands of years ahead of us, but DARPA is working as a bridge. So hopefully they'll hurry up and release that some more technologies. But anyway, let's go on here to some of the positive groups. We have Kruger. We already discussed that Kruger is a military contractor that originated a parallel reality in which the NAZIs won World War II. It's founded by Gabriel Kruger as an NAZI military weapons contractor, works closely with Mars Defense Force on Mars, as well as a facility on the moon. And there's probably other facilities as well. Considered to be more positive of the factions and upper management, is ready to release military records to Kruger vets and when ET disclosure is publicly announced. So I know, Johan, you actually worked with Kruger. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Kruger?
Kruger is essentially an off the books mercenary corps that is used a lot by the triumvirate and by other organizations and individuals to do essentially missions that would be deemed in most cases very difficult, if not impossible to do, especially when it comes to some of the technology we're talking about, clones and off-world technology. Most people aren't trained to deal with that. So what these individuals would do is that they would come in, they would talk to somebody on the council or to Gabriel or his daughter, Alexandria, and they would actually set up a contract to have the issue remedied or remediated, right? And at that point, an SKT, a special Kruger team, or a hunter killer team would be sent in to deal with whatever the issue is, or they might even send in a full tactical fire team to deal with it if it's a large enough issue. And that's where, like, I actually served with Peter the Insider. He was my squad leader in Kruger, and we've chatted about some of these missions where a lot of this technology that was definitely off-world technology, we were essentially contracted by certain groups on the ICC Super Board to make sure it never ever made it into the hands of groups like the CIA or the KGB or other groups that may do something more nefarious with that technology. And in some cases, we were taking out individuals who were threatening to rock the boat, as it were, in terms of disclosure. So for the most part, our major core issue was making sure that Earth itself was defended. And we would be given very hard tasks to do. Like, let's say the Draco got a foothold somewhere, they would send in a Kruger team to actually go remove that foothold. And we would actually go and clean out the base and remove any ET presence that was there.
Can you comment about Gabriel Kruger? Because did you ever meet the guy, or was there somebody else, maybe a brother or another family member involved?
The first person that I met actually was his daughter. She used to work the front desk at Kruger Corp.
And this is on LOC, correct?
Yes, down to 6th level. Yeah. But Gabriel, I met him during our training cycle because he came out with his son-in-law, Mr. O'Connor, and the three of them, Gabriel, Mr. O'Connor, and Alexander would stand there and watch us train as we were going through these training exercises, which they would start off with us shooting like these holographic human targets. And eventually the holographic target would turn into an ET, for example, or it turn into an armed ET, or it turn into something else. And they were always very curious about how we were integrating that knowledge and how we were doing with it. And as certain people showed certain abilities, they would get moved into some of these, what they call special Kruger teams, the SKTs, where we deal with certain high profile, high priority target issues. So, yeah.
And you also, I remember you mentioned one time you met Hillary Clinton at LOC at this Kruger facility, and she was testing out the soldiers' packages.
So yeah, Kruger would do what we call the dog and pony shows, like all the programs that had offices in this area, looked kind of like a mall with had red carpeting with the white tile down the sides. They would have all these programs come out and put their people out in these little purple cordoned areas where these VIPs could walk through and talk to them, because they're wanting to know where their money went, right? And these government officials, these VIPs, the 1%ers would come up there, and they thought they were still on Earth, by the way, just stating that for the record. But they would come into this area, and they would start talking to the people who were there working in the program. In my case, what happened, Ted, the guy that runs Quantum Red Pill Cafe, I didn't realize this, but he was standing directly to my right. So here I am standing there, and Bill and Hillary are walking by, they're talking to all the soldiers, and they stop right, Bill stops right in front of him, and Hillary's right in front of me. And our Commander Naguma, is talking to both of them about, this is what these guys are capable of, blah, blah, blah. And I never said this to anybody at that time up until I was talking to Ted. And I said, well, I remember it a little differently, because I remember when Hillary reached out and Ted goes, oh yeah, she grabbed you by the junk. And as soon as he said that, I was like, wait a minute, I've never said that to anyone. And he's like, yeah, I was standing directly to your right because I'm looking directly at Bill when she grabbed you. And I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, he goes, if you remember, she reached right across the purple cordon and grabbed you right by your codpiece on your armor. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. And then I find out Will Glover also had witnessed this as well. So it's like, it's one of these things where I'm looking at Commander Naguma and he's telling me, like, don't react, do not react. And, but it was very unnerving because these people have zero equivocations about what they do. So there's like no boundaries with them, right? They look at us, the Kruger guys, in these 2.0 bodies as being a product or an end product for their programs. And, that was my first time meeting the Clintons, and probably the last time meeting the Clintons. So
on this drawing over here that I had an artist put together using some of your help, we have a Kruger lab with a Draco in here that is using some kind of psi programming on this clone body. You want to explain a little bit what's going on here?
So in the bed that you're seeing in that picture, what's happening is a lot of times that's usually your 1.0 body, but it can be your 2.0 as well, depending upon what's going on. What typically happens is the reason why we use a clone 2.0 body is that if you ever die out there, the soul fragment that Draco is actually twinking with, messing with, eventually rehomes back to your 1.0 body. in what we call a rehoming process. And what they can do is they can take that sliver of you and then put it back into a new 2.0 body. And they can go, okay, now that you screwed up last time, now we have a safe place. You know what to expect this time around, so go get them again. And they end up sending out that exact same set of guys out to go after the target yet again. Now they have more updated intel. And in many cases, what that Draco is doing is he's trying to make sure that whatever that data is there, is encapsulated. It does not have the ability to go outside of that encapsulation or breach containment. And a lot of times what he's also doing is he's installing what they call omega level programming, which means that if you were to talk about it, you would actually self-terminate. And in my case, when I first got put under PHR, I had to have 3 of those layers, those omega level programming options removed. And because that announcement, some other voice came through me and made that announcement that was going to happen. So they're basically what he's doing there is they're looking at the body, they're repairing the body, they're making sure it's optimal, and he's making sure that that new rehomed essence, is what they call it in the programs, is actually encapsulated and contained correctly and psychically.
All right. Only thing else I could add to this is that there will be Kruger posters on the wall of typical propaganda, the NAZI propaganda posters, and it would be in German. I guess personnel there speak German, but
I remember that as well. When I first walked in, the very first time I walked into Kruger's office, they had a male on one side of the door in black Kruger body armor, and a female on the other side. And basically written in German underneath it, it said, if you want all of your loose ends tied up, come to Kruger. Something along those lines. And yeah, and they have like the nice looking, the rifle with the, the sidearm and all that stuff showing in the picture and all that. So yeah.
All right. Well, we could keep going on and on, but let's move on here because we got a few more slides and then we're going to take a break, short restroom break, and then we're going to go to Q&A. I think we may just have to call the session, because this is quite a bit of information for people to digest. Not ACL yet. Okay, Black Ops. So we got Lincoln Clay's director of Black Ops on planet Earth. Yeah, so it's not Earth Defense Force. Peter Insider confirmed it was not, but Earth Defense Force is involved in some Black Ops, but not Lincoln Clay's group. This guy is 6'10", and yeah, he's in charge of 100 million clone soldiers, which were meant to be brought out had a new world order taken place. And since we're not going to see that scenario, this won't happen. But this was a counter plan put in place by the positive white hats to, in case, to counteract any kind of martial law scenario. Currently working to bring about positive change on planet Earth and the galaxy. Do you have any information about Lincoln Clay?
I think a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Anthony Zender, he is very, very close with Mr. Lincoln Clay. And he would be the guy that I would talk to about, talking about who Lincoln is, what he's done, and all of that.
What about Earth Defense Force? Did Kruger ever come up, that name, or you ever work with him?
Earth Defense Force, we had to be very careful about making sure we did not step on their toes when executing a Kruger mission, meaning whatever orders we had to follow that to the letter, because if we stepped outside that mandate, EDF could step on us in a heartbeat. And we had to be very, very particular. Like if we thought we couldn't get the mission done, we had to back out. If we thought that it was going to create a bigger issue, meaning that they sent Kruger assets into an area and we couldn't contain the fallout from the incident, EDF would tell us to back out. So
is EDF a cabal? Is that cabal?
EDF is part of JDFC. So you have Joint Defense Forces Command. Underneath of it would be like EDF, Earth Defense Forces, Mars Defense Forces, Belt Defense Forces, Saturn and Jupiter Defense Forces, and any other colonies we may have would fall underneath JDFC. So this group, Earth Defense Forces, would fall under that chain of command. And JDFC has a seat at the triumvirate table. So that's how they kind of fit into the big picture of things.
And they would be responsible for, say, going after some negative or aggressive ET race that decided to start abducting a bunch of people, like some etheric octopus-like creatures or some, okay.
So you hear these programs like the I3C program that Corey Goodsley worked on early on, the interrogate, intercept, and all that. That particular program would be exactly the kind of program that Earth Defense Forces group would run. They would actually have people who would be actively monitoring and going after these ships that are coming within our airspace. In between, basically, if it moves in between the moon and the Earth, EDF wants to know who they are and why they're there. It's that plain and simple.
All right, so we got ACIO, Alien Contact Intelligence Organization, they also known as Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization. They operate out of Pine Gap in Australia, also Area 51. So they act as liaison between humans and ETs to provide cooperation and agreements between our species. Other alphabet agencies, NSA, CIA, NRO, almost have no access and don't know what's going on, where ACIO does have access to records, at least going back 40,000 years. They are managed by the Republic of ACIO, located in another pocket alternative reality. Division 6 is the Men in Black. So that is another, what you call maybe more of a rogue division, but I guess they have their purpose too, which is to wipe certain memories. You know, if negative ETs start showing up and doing something really bad, the Men in Black will come around and clean things up and wipe memories and so on. So again, we have Peter the Insider on Super Soldier Talk, who I've interviewed many times. He's a head of Division 12 at ACIO. Johan, you want to comment anything about ACIO?
Well, if you go to their current website, they list me as an associate there as well. I work with Peter a lot on disclosing stuff and trying to get people aware of what's going on out in the world. Yeah, that's basically what he wants to do. His agenda is to wake people up, to get the right information out there, to get the governments aware of what's actually happening, and to get the mass populace aware of what's actually happening. Because I think his feeling is that if we do it that way, we actually have the populace on our side helping us actually promote this idea instead of us being some sort of underground movement, right? And I think we're getting to that point. I think we're starting to see a trend now. I think the last time I saw something by one of the institutes, they were testing about, what is the usual response of the American populace to the idea of, are there UFOs and aliens? It's about 70% of people say, yes, we believe in that sort of stuff. So we're starting to see a swing now within the mass populace here that do in fact believe in that stuff.
All right, so there's a little summary of me. I'm gonna have to save my stuff for a later time because we're okay. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna save this for later because this is too much to go into because we've been at this for quite a while, and I wanted to give a break here. So let's see here. Anybody else, Crystal or anyone want to chime in while we just take a short break, and then we can go into some Q&A, and I'll be right back.
Sure.
You're going to do a toilet break? Okay. I've got the questions for you, James, when you come back. And Johan, of course.
Sure.
Yeah. I've been to the YouTube live stream, and I've harvested some questions from there for you. Wow, it's really fascinating, Johan. You've got your memory intact. You didn't get blank slated.
They tried 3 times. And that's where, when I talk about the Omega level programming, that's where all of that came from. The first 2 times it did not go through because I had figured out how to emotionally anchor certain memories that could bypass the blank slating. And then the 3rd time they did it, I must have worked because they figured out that I wasn't recalling, at least my synaptic mapping looked the same sort of as it did when I came into the programs. And I knew something was different when I came back to the aircraft and I started doing this thing with my leg where I had this little nervous twitch where my leg would bounce for no reason. And that's where my PTSD actually started manifesting here in the here and now. So
why is it that the rest of them got blank slated and you didn't, have you got an immune, something that is immune inside you to the blank slating?
Well, basically the way I understood the medical terminology was that there's a 3 to 5% failure rate on the blank slating technology in general anyhow. And basically the way that looks is if you have someone who normally speaking, let's say they don't have a good memory anyhow, blank slating technology works really well with those kind of people, meaning that the memory engram they have inside their mind isn't heavily anchored, right? Now you get someone like me who can heavily anchor a memory engram, and it's really, really hard to blank slate that memory out of that memory space, because all of a sudden they may blank slate it out, and all of a sudden I'm getting these weird like dreams where it's starting to seep back through into my consciousness again, which is actually how it started for me. That's why I drank and became an alcoholic.
Oh dear. So, well, I understand that Captain Randy Kramer is allowed to remember because of what he has to do, that he's been given the green light and he's going to develop a holographic method. And whereas as for Ileana, Star Traveler, she remembers most of it too. And she could remember even more clearly with hypnosis. And I did a hypnosis session for her, and she remembered very clearly. You did that too.
Yeah, I went through what's called PHR, post-hypnotic regression. And that's where I went through that for 1.5 years, twice a week, trying to deal with whatever this PTSD stuff was. Over half of those sessions would come back with SSP related data, over half of it. And the lady who did the sessions, she's like, I have no idea what the hell this stuff is, except she used some more flowery explicatives. And basically she's like, I don't know what to do with this. I'm just gonna write it down. And when I got done, she basically handed me the stack of papers, and she's like, at some point you're going to want to read this because I think it's important to you, and I don't want to keep it in my records. She goes, that stuff scares the crap out of me. And I was like, okay. So fast forward to 2012, 2013, when I had my near-death experience, all of a sudden I had this big influx of memories come back after the NDE. And I was like, okay, this definitely relates to some of the stuff that got talked about in the PHR sessions. How does that make sense now? Like, how do I fit that into that context, right? And then I started actually putting all that data together. I was scanning it all in. I was getting it all put into electronic format. And eventually I've got almost all of it now in electronic format. But the idea is that for me, I had to go through that process of self-discovery again, the same way Ileana did and others have done. Because we had to figure out what our truth is, right? What were we actually involved in? What do we get immersed in? And how did it affect us long-term, right? The upside to this is that many of us that were in these programs are considered star-seeded individuals. And we found out that really there's no karma for what we've done in the programs, because that's the reason why they chose us, because they didn't want any karma induced by us considering and taking certain actions that were going on. So.
And James is incredible. I mean, he's intuitively doing this and taking up the role of like a ringleader for all of you together, and the information and the confirmation and reconfirmation. Amazing.
My role at MCC was logistics. So I was responsible for planning everything that could possibly go wrong for my position there at MDF. So in Kruger, but I don't necessarily have all my intuitive abilities as much as I used to, but I try my best here. So that's what reason why I created this presentation. It's because so many people were asking questions and about these specific projects, and a lot of stuff was not even very clear, like the different reichs, all the different acronyms, MCC, ICC, MDF, and all this stuff. Even Earth Defense Force and the Earth Alliance. It's like, wait a minute, now your brain starts to catch on fire. So I wanted to at least create a presentation. Now, give you at least a basic rundown. You might have to watch it a couple of times to get all the acronyms, but or if you just watch it once, that's pretty. You might be able to glean most of what you can. So we have a lot of questions here.
Oh yes, I have. I've got the questions up for you now, James.
I'm almost kind of worried.
No, it's
wait for another day.
It's not really tough questions. Don't worry
Okay.
about it. James, I just wanted to say this. Okay, I applaud you for all the meticulous work you've done on this presentation. You certainly put the bits and pieces together, the puzzles together in one big picture here with Johan. Really,
you did
I'm
an
so
awesome
grateful.
job.
You're very
Yep.
welcome. We're only halfway done, so we're gonna have to save it for next month, or maybe come back
Sure.
another, maybe in January to finish the second half, which is
Oh,
going
this
to
is-
deal with the unit types of super soldiers, weaponry, armor, and plus I like to work with Johan a little bit on that to get some more feedback from him.
very, very interesting. We
James,
certainly am looking forward to we are certainly looking for the second part where we could see the link where Donald Trump comes in and where the cabal, Biden and everybody comes in. Do you have that in place?
Oh, you want to see that picture again?
Well,
Dylan Monroe, that what he did there, that artwork.
okay, right. And then a quick glimpse, and then we start the Q&A. Sorry, because I was busy looking for harvesting the questions from YouTube. I missed a couple of them. Sorry, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I think 2023, but we'll see.
I think we're going to hear drips and drips by 2021, 2022. Because they have to prep people first. You're going to see them prep them very slowly, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like, okay, let's turn the fire hose on. Boom.
And another thing that's come up is that Trump is people that remote view the future, they see him as the last president. So I'm assuming we may go to some kind of council form of government or governance, and it might be some kind of worldwide governance. So once all the advanced technology is released, the need of a government is going to go away. So the changes over the next 4 years are absolutely going to be astronomical. It's going to be very disruptive to most people and their mindset. If they're not awakened, if they are awakened, it's like, oh, it's all going to be it's going to be
well
fun.
In the timeline where I was in Nakwafen, 2016 to 2032, we had a 16-year-long civil war, and that's what they really fear. They fear because the U.S. was no longer there after 2016, and they don't want that to happen because they want that financial powerhouse, that economic powerhouse still in place.
Yeah, so. But in that timeline, Al Gore was the president twice instead of Bush Jr. So I think when Bush Jr. got in, people were awakened to how corrupt or how bad things were because of it. So then it created counter plans. But Cobra has actually mentioned that we have a 35% probability of civil war taking place in this timeline. But I almost think every time something negative is projected, it never happens. So I like to think everything's going to be positive.
Okay, I'm going to start the ball rolling now I've got 3 questions, James and Johan, before I continue with the questions from YouTube, and then I'll do half of it, and then Fres will do the rest. Okay, sorry.
I think Fernando also had a question as well. I think he was trying to get your attention there a minute ago. So I don't know if you wanted to ask him real quick.
Okay, Fernando, I'll let you go first.
Hello, everybody. James,
Hi,
Johan,
Fernando.
amazing presentations.
Thank you.
We are actively seeking, and when we say we're talking about all of the groups, including indigenous nations, spin-off, eco-village projects. We're seeking people from the SSB that have either skill sets or knowledge of technology. And what I'm saying is that after one goes through a de-traumatization, a healing process of coming out of SSP programs, we'd like to invite those veterans to apply their skills for free energy research, for clean water solutions, for growing super nutritious food, for establishing eco sites to heal the body. Because on the Lightworker community, we keep hearing, oh, I want to build a healing center, or I would like to build an off-grid facility. And we're inviting all the individuals of disclosure to focus their given skills as super soldiers and witnesses of this technology as a way to heal that trauma, to get back. How does that sound?
Yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I
Certainly.
keep saying that, Fernando, at
Yeah,
FESIG.
I
That's
know.
why we set up FESIG. We want you. That's why I am heavy on the secret space program and inviting super soldiers to come and talk about the advanced technologies, because this is what we're doing. We have to collaborate and help humanity any way we can.
I believe
Thanks,
that's going to be the curveball to spin off all these fractals of capability that are not the Alliance. I think the Alliance has their hands full. And I also believe that there are some individuals that are just difficult to recover because of black goo contamination and whatever. And these little projects, 1,000 of them that'll probably go up in the US and Canada next year, these are the points of light that we want to support. So I just wanted to put it out there. You're invited, and let's not be part of the what's on the surface as the Alliance, but
Sure.
what's below the surface is all of us who have this experience or knowledge. Thank you for this beautiful presentation.
Yeah,
You're very
absolutely.
welcome.
Fernando mentioned the alliance. I'm a little bit confused here, James and Johan. You mentioned in your PowerPoint presentation about the alliance under the SSP, whereas here we're talking about the alliance who's supporting Trump, like the alliance of the White Hats alliance with the QAnon. So are they the same alliance that we're talking about here, or are they different?
The Alliance is a breakaway organization from multiple groups of programs, okay? Essentially, you had fractions of each of these programs that all were not okay, first off and foremost, with human trafficking and slavery. They were not. And they decided that that was completely against any prerogative. In order for Earth to become what Earth needs to be, meaning a fourth density planet, we first have to get ourselves healed. And that also means we have to take back and reclaim and reintegrate some of these people that have been taken off world. And in some cases, allow them to heal there even, right? But the idea is we have to stop this whole human trafficking thing first. And this is where when people talk about, you know, the amount of people being taken off planet every year and taken elsewhere, that shift in people, we're aware of it. I mean, I know folks who, I used to work as a PI and a bodyguard, and I've heard stories where law enforcement people be like, yep, we lost, you know, 1,000 kids this year or whatever from certain cities. And you're like, how do you just lose 1,000 people? But the idea is that what we know now, generally speaking, where these individuals are going. And the question becomes, how do we reintegrate them? As Fernando mentioned, how do we get these people to be rehealed? How do we get them to be become functional people within society? And once these people are exposed to some of this technology, maybe they can in fact influence people down here to show them that we've seen a better way up there. We like that to be down here as well, right? And I think that you're also seeing that too from this group that we're calling the Alliance. Essentially, they were allied against these organizations that were promoting this sort of human trafficking and slavery. The second thing that bonded many of them together was this whole fear of the black goo. And that particular invasive species raised a lot of eyebrows on the triumvirate when we talked about it. We did a presentation on it. We showed them exactly what system it came from, and we actually played a piece of video back from an incident called the Galahad incident, which essentially was the last minute and a half of this ship being attacked in this system by the black goo. It was launching these squares into its shielding systems. And as they would absorb into the shell of the ship, these individuals and the components of the ship were being absorbed back into the black goo. And the people on the triumvirate were like, no, 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 no. And some programs were like, you know what, we're okay with the black goo, like Nakwafen. And then the Alliance went, no, sorry, we can't, we're not doing that. We want to keep our individuality. We like who we are as humans. We like our co-creative abilities. We like our engineering capabilities. We like our artistic capabilities. Everything that makes us human, we want to keep that, but we want to raise it in vibrational density. And that's where the Alliance, many of the people in that group bonded over those two particular things. Now, in some cases, they may differ on how they make that happen, which is why you see this kind of a disparate way of dealing with it. But big picture, those are the two driving forces behind the Alliance.
Right. So they got nothing to do under the control of the Black Sun then, the Black Sun.
The black sun
About?
the black sun is Schwarz's sun, which we talked about earlier. The SS. That's another illustration or of what SS means, right? It's a subgroup of the SS, and that particular group is a secret society within the SS. They believe in the opposite of what we talk about with free energy, right? So the idea is that the black sun idea is you have this source of energy that's unseeable and it permeates everything energy wise. And they use that energy to manipulate and create. Whereas free energy ideas are about tapping into stuff that's already there, but doing it in a natural, holistic way. So you have two different polarizing viewpoints on how to use that energy and how to make use of it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there's something that doesn't
Johan,
correlate. Sorry.
That's okay. I wanted to share that as what we would consider the dark forces reach into higher dimensional consciousness from fourth density, fifth dimensional awareness, in order to extend their control, they're actually getting illuminated. They're reaching into compassion, love, a biofuturistic view of the heart. In order to, their belief is that they could control the incarnation process, reach into our soul sourcing of information to free ourselves. And by that reaching, they are getting exposed to self-actualization, to self-knowledge that reveals a level of beingness that they've never experienced.
Right.
So just like we would retreat from what we would consider black goo technologies and not expose ourselves, there's an interesting balancing going on right now because of their aggressive nature, right?
Yes. Well, and even more to the point, I think what you're getting at is this idea written in the Law of One, where it talks about this idea that most service to self species or individuals will never make it to fifth density, because once you reach fifth density, you're actually working in a way that's positive for everyone concerned. You're doing it in a way that it's I'm focused on the group concerned idea, right? Fourth density, we're talking about getting all of our agendas in line, right? And doing it in a positive way. But fifth density, you're like, I'm going to act in a way that everybody is positively affected by me when I do it. And by consequence, other fifth density people will affect me positively when they do it. And that's the difference in mindset. Some of these service to self groups, like the Draco, believe at fourth density, they're the pinnacle of creation. And that's where that problem kind of comes into play, right? They think they're the top of the pinnacle and they're not even close. So yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, Fernando. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, I'm doing a correlation here.
Thank you.
Right? I'm talking about when you were saying that Hitler actually did not die or something like that. But from the book called Genesis for the Space Race by John Leaf, The Inner Earth and ETs. Remember that book? Yeah, from what I've read there, it says that Hitler actually was taken to the Hollow Earth, and he joined his German ancestors, the ancient race, in there, and their king Harkus, has taken him in there, and he actually reformed, because his leadership was needed there, and actually died in 1974 April. I remember reading that, and so it didn't correlate with what you were presenting.
I understand that one of the artifacts that's occurring is that we get the hype of the medical beds, we get the propaganda of the energy systems and the dark projects, and people are asking for that. They want that medicine. And the warning here is that the intention of those regressive technologies was dark. When you speak to people, and James and Johan, let me know if you have this experience, that have been age regressed, their bodies are wrecked. These medical beds are very invasive technologies that inject things. They are trauma-based frequencies to the body, and you don't want those med beds, is what I'm telling people. You don't want that energy running your house.
It's got black goo in there. You're right,
Yeah.
Fernando.
So don't fall for, we're going to trade chemo for med beds. As a matter of fact, consciousness, self-discovery, tapping into your fifth dimensional beyond consciousness is going to give you technology that bypasses whatever the secret space program came up with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, the other point I want to bring up, I've been taking notes when you're doing the presentation, okay? I've got 3 important questions or correlation of the notes, and then I will pick up the questions from YouTube, the live streaming from YouTube, and then after that, halfway through, Fres will take over with the rest of the questions, okay? I'll do the beginning ones. Right, so that's number 1. Number 2, Operation High Jump. We have Admiral Byrd actually writing his diary. He actually went to Hollow Earth, and there was a Hollow Earth according to his writings. And he passed his original diary to his daughter. Of course, he was under an NDA. He has to shut up and not say anything. But his daughter passed his original diary to a friend of mine, Dan Weiss, who had written a book called Hollow Earth Revisited. Look out for that book, and it's quite fascinating what he wrote there with some of the secrets. And then the other thing is, the ACIO, Alien Contact Intelligence Organization. Way back in 1998, I came across a manuscript, Dr. Neruda of the Wingmakers, the Ancient Era Project, when they were talking about number 15. Number 15, of course, is A.R. Warden. And A.R. Warden's protege, Michael Leahill, actually was asked this question, whether he knew Peter the Insider, Peter Berger of ACIO, director of ACIO. Remember, A.R. Warden was director of ACIO, yeah. And Michael Lee, he said, no, he asked A.R. Warden about Peter, but Peter said, no, never heard. I mean, A.R. said, never heard.
They were in a different division though.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, that's one question there. And then the other one is, so I think that's about it from me. I will now go into what I have got from the YouTube as well as the Zoom chat, and then I'll pass over to Fres. Okay, only a few questions here that I've got. So there's a question here. Did David Bowie and 30 Seconds to Mars superstar bands have any direct connections to these space programs? And if so, any elaborations on the subject?
I have no idea.
Okay, right. Next question from Robert. I've heard Peter Berger say that ultra soldiers are only recruited after reaching 21 years. Is this true? But Johan did reply. Johan said they can. Most of the super soldier programs use trauma to reinforce the mind. And if you've been killed before, you don't fear death. Jason Rice talked about this technology.
So we have to be very clear on the light soldier, the super soldier part of this, right? Many of us that are or have been through that particular programming, we usually start very young. We're usually military abducted in our sleep when we're very, very young. And that process happens all the way up until you're 17, 18, 19, maybe. In my case, what happened when I stepped in the military, there was a tacit agreement made where when I signed my military contract, they stopped the abductions for that time being. And then eventually, when I got in the military and I started going through boot camp, they actually made me sign a firm contract, a firm agreement that I was going to help them do certain things. Now, again, they never told me what I was to do. They never told me what I was going to be helping with, but they did tell me, you're going to be helping your planet at large. And it wasn't until I turned 21 and I was actually around the time when I was actually in Somalia, going to Somalia, which is when I got MyLabbed up to the programs and came back. So that statement is factually correct.
Right. So,
well, as far as the 21, I mean, that's for the Leaksadot, and Ultra Soldiers is an entirely different thing. And we can go into that another time, but here's what I had on the Ultra Soldiers. So they're mostly focused on the Fourth Reich. for Project Paperclip. So they're, yeah, crossbreeds, hybrids, even animals, they can be used. They're known to rebel and they do not follow commands, and they use all sorts of augmentations, as well as trip seat alterations. Yeah, but they're basically trying to create a mindless robot, but it's not exactly working as planned. So they're known to break down.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
agree with that statement.
Yeah, and next question, Robert asked, so they can actually fracture the mind without trauma? And so also Ultra soldiers are already fractured and trained by 21, or how does that work? And Johan said that's when they are activated. Do you want to add to that, Johan?
So there are methodologies that don't use the physical trauma, especially when you look at Gen 6 through Gen 11, which are some of the gens that are now being trained. I'm at Gen 5. So, and we're going to get into this, the next video that James is talking about, how you determine which generation you would be in and potentially what training you may have been through. So what we're talking about is the Gen 0 through Gen like 5 to 6. Typically, that's where the trauma-induced training was used and used very extensively. A lot of the stuff that you saw developed in MK Ultra and the follow-on programs after that, the stuff that you would see like in Jason Bourne movies, that's exactly how these super soldiers were essentially trained. At Gen 6 through Gen 10 and 11, all of a sudden there's a switch. And Peter actually talked about this with James in one of his videos when he talked about the 3GR technology, where they use 3 greens and 1 red light along with a tone to induce a hypnagogic state. And once that person's in that hypnagogic state, they can actually upload any of the programming they need without needing to actually fracture the mind the way that they were doing it in some of the other programs. And the third way that you can do it would be using the hammer, because the hammer can actually create that psychic effect where it actually creates the encapsulation inside the mind. And it's been used. I mean, Jason Rice has talked about it. They used it in IDARF apparently a lot. So depending upon the program you're in and depending upon when you went in would determine what sort of actual trauma and or issues you may have post that enlistment period, if that makes sense.
Right. Next on the chat is Nate Ribbons was saying, we don't need disclosure, just heal your mind and reactivate your psychic powers, make contact with the galactics yourself. They are waiting for us. Now, I don't quite agree with this, that we don't need disclosure, Nate. I think the majority of the population are still very fast asleep. Oh, they need disclosure like crazy. Right, over to you, Johan and James. What do you think about us having our natural ability to have our third eye open and know?
Well, I mean, James and I have talked about this when we did our first talk in Nevada. I mean, if you have someone who is a super soldier and they have these psychic abilities to create manifestation around the spot, to a normal human being, that person will be worshipped as a demigod or a god. And that's the problem, is that we don't want humans worshiping other humans. Okay. No. What we want people to do is we want them to see these abilities and understand they can have them too if they develop the exact same skill sets. And that's kind of what the program did, is that they took people that had all these same intuitive empathic abilities and they would hype them up and ramp them up to the point that they could all do it. And over a certain period of time, all of a sudden you have people who have this ability like I did, where you can literally create things out of nothing if you need to. You could literally bend space, time, and warp matter as you need to. And down here, that would be very intrusive to the human psyche, collectively speaking, right? So that's something we as humans have got to really gear up and get our head around, is how do we use those sort of abilities in a way that we don't destroy ourselves if we allow ourselves to have that. Yeah.
But the other thing is, most of the star states, or, well, you know, light workers, light warriors, or whatever, who may be that they call themselves, majority of them are like waiting to be beamed up into the ships, but that's very dangerous. How would we know from time to time if the ETs come, whether they're malevolent or benevolent? So there you go.
I would say there's two ways. There's two ways to filter that, right? one, look at the whole service to self, service to other mechanism, right? Who does this particular species serve? Do they serve themselves with their agendas, or they serve other people with their agendas, right?
Mm.
Two, more importantly, I would suggest that people step into their heart space and ask, okay, when I'm interfacing with this particular species, how do they make me feel? How do I resonate with this message that they're giving me, right? Because if that particular species, if they make you feel fearful, they're service to self. If that particular species is making you feel like, wow, these guys are really awesome, and I feel like I'm being included, and they want to help all of us out, that would be more service to other, which is good for us and positive for us. So we have to start using more of our intuitive and emotional skills, gaining an emotional intelligence, if you would, about how to deal with these off-world species. And I hope that by having a conversation like this, I think that it's good for us as a species to do.
Okay, so that's a question. No, there is a comment from Chad Manson. He says, I love the extent of Johan's knowledge and his obvious comprehension of military, paramilitary information. Oh, there you go. That's an appreciation for you, Johan. Okay. And James, of course, yeah. And Michael O'Farrell says the house, oh no, sorry, that is not quite distinct, not comprehensible, sorry. Cosmic Ocean says World Governing Council connections is the question. And Rain Cloud says, James, I was telling you about holographic soldier. Okay, James, you want to talk a little bit about holographic soldier?
I don't know what they're talking about. Sorry.
It's all right.
I think they're talking about the training stuff that we did with the holographic overlays. We used that in Kruger a lot and in MDF, where they'd have these holographic displays of a human. And at some point in your training, as you're shooting them, all of a sudden they turn into an ET or something else. And what they were doing was they were conditioning the mind to be okay with the idea of shooting whatever steps in front of you target-wise. You know, regardless
right, Johan.
Sorry. Yeah, good.
Okay, there's a question, a persistent question. He repeated it twice. Hossam Said was asking you, Johan, is Assassin's Creed Abstergo tech is real? Don't know what you meant by that. Question
so
for you.
When you look at some of the video games that are out there, and of course, James and I have joked about this a lot. It is weird how video game companies do a lot of very soft disclosure, kind of tempering the human mind to be okay with certain ideas. So Assassin's Creed would be a good example of some of the stuff out there. Also look at Mirror's Edge, which is a game that we've talked about a million times. Peter's talked about it a million times. That game in of itself actually shows you inferences to Kruger, because one of the offices is labeled Kruger, and they actually have people using what a Kruger operative would actually be trained in minus the armor in that game. The implants, the augments, all the training, the mentality, everything. So it's interesting how, to answer that question directly, I would say there is the possibility for that being there. And there are games that definitely make direct references to technologies and people in those programs, yes.
Right, two last questions. And Fraz, you take over with the other questions from YouTube, right? Okay. Lusty Zen asks, Elon Musk work for New World Order agenda? Or maybe that's a statement. I'm not sure. And then the other question by Elon Musk is, does Elon have an implant? There you go. James?
Well, I certainly think he's monarch and trained and AI and trained. And it wouldn't be an implant. They would shoot you up with femtotech, and the biobots create an implant. So it's not like they put an implant in you. The biobots build one on site. So whether or not he's willing of a participant, I couldn't comment. I've never met the guy. I like to think that maybe he's in, because there are Monarch refugees, the merge group, Monarch umbrella refugee group. So there were people, insiders in that organization that split. So not everybody in there is bad. They might have been used for bad purposes. So, I mean, certainly, I mean, we know about the Tesla car. I mean, why didn't he tell anybody about Nikola Tesla on this? They should at least have a picture of Nikola Tesla at the car dealership, but he doesn't do that. So it makes you wonder what exactly is Anyway, but that's all I can really comment on.
Yeah. So over to you for the second half of the Q&A session, Fritz.
Well, thank you. There's one question that came up that was quite interesting, and it's the reason for having large personnel on board ships in space. It seems kind of a weird thing that why would you need to have a lot of personnel on a vessel when you could probably do it with computers and other things?
That's a good question. What do you think, Johan?
I think that it has to do with the human touch, because a lot of times humans can intuitively adapt to an environment where a computer can't. And what you see happening over and over and over again, especially when you are put in a position where humans, let's say you put a computer there in the first place, right? A computer may have a set of programming stuff that it has to run through in order to interpret a situation, whereas a human looks at it and goes, what is my gut telling me, right? And this is where that gut level response in many cases is far more eloquent and right to the point, faster than a computer would ever be. And in general, that gut level response tends to be more correct. I personally feel that AI in general, computer-based AI, does not really function well for humans in general, because AI only works as well as the programming put into it. Even when you put in adaptive AI, where it can actually add its own rules and come up with its own rule sets, it still makes mistakes where it starts getting like, very negatively aligned. I mean, Google's example where they ran these two machines talking to each other, and all of a sudden they started to use terms around the NAZIs and xenophobic terms and hate terms, and how they were talking about women all of a sudden started showing up right in that same conversation. It's like, wait a minute, we didn't give them that rules to do that, but this is exactly what we're talking about. We know intuitively as a species that sort of conversation isn't good for us. So we also know that we shouldn't be treating other entities that way. So from my own perspective, yes, we did use AI technology, but we only used it in a very limited capacity within the programs, because everything in there had to have a fallback plan, a plan B, and most of those fallback plans were people. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, well, that answers half the question, but it doesn't ask the other half, which is in the non-human ships that are large and largely personnel. That's anthropomorphic. I can't even say it right now. That's putting human traits onto something else.
Sure. I think the other thing you have to look at too is that, especially the way the Draco travel, right? They use very large ships. They use armadas. And the reason why they do that, and I would recommend this for anybody, by the way, go watch the movie Raka from Oat Studios on YouTube. That is exactly how, if there was an invasion here on Earth, how it would occur. RAKKA. And the reason why I bring that up is because you need foot soldiers in order to establish a beachhead. And this is where numbers come into play, right? So you may have a situation happen where, let's say that armada is being sent to a certain planet. And if you only sent, say, 100 soldiers in there, that may not make a big impression. I had one instance I specifically remember where we stepped down onto a battlefield, and here I am looking this way to my left, and it's all my guys from Nakwafa. I look to my right, and it's all Draco military, and across the battlefield is a manted army. And all of a sudden, when they saw the Draco army step up, they're like, "Oh!" and immediately changed their tune. They sent out a negotiator, and the battle was done. So this is exactly where numbers come into play, right? This is exactly why we would see numbers come into play in a battlefield coordinated situation. And in some cases, let's say you want to set up a colony, right? You can't set up a colony of 10 people. You need to do it with a colony that's self-sustaining. So you need numbers, right?
Super. The next set is actually 3 questions put into one, and it brings up some of the stuff that Crystal was talking about on the Federation. The Federation is dealing with the United Nations is the first part of the question. It seems like the United Nations is the antithesis of looking out for the betterment of safety and well-being for humanity. And the third question is that it morphs into, it's kind of like a Luciferian connection there. And the last part of the question is the Draco part of a Luciferian type of organization. That's mashing 3 questions into one.
Okay, so let's break these bullet points down one by one. Okay.
Okay.
let's go in reverse order. So
Okay.
the first thing I would say is understand the Draco use holographic technology to cloak who they are. It is not above them to walk into a room and make themselves appear to be an angel of light, to make them appear to be a devil, to make them appear to be a god, to make them look like Krishna, or to make them look like Muhammad. It is not above them to do this. So they will mask themselves to look like any other higher density being that if it serves their purposes with a lower density life form species they're interfacing with to manipulate them, period.
Okay.
The next step, when we talk about this idea is the UN, is this idea around the UN Luciferian? Well, I think that's a narrative that's been put out there strictly for the reason that they don't want people bonding together, because they keep them divided, they're easier to control. It's that plain simple. Now, I don't believe, by the way, let me state this clearly for the record, I don't believe in a global government. I don't believe in a collective government. I believe in a country's right to self-sovereignty. That's why I fought as a Marine. So I'm putting that clear on the table. But what I am saying is that when you have a collective issue where a bunch of people should come together, it's the UN forum where that should be done. Because you can have people come together and say, how do we want to collectively address this problem as a bunch of tribes getting together? How should we address this issue? And what's happened is you have people like Soros and others who put out this narrative that the UN is evil, bad, whatever, right? What was the next bullet point you mentioned before the UN having the Luciferian overtones?
Yeah, well, you take a look at their basically place of prayer inside the middle of the UN. It has that Luciferian vibe to it, and that's why the question came in: is the Federation dealing with the United Nations and it being in many ways antithesis of human being?
So let's talk about the prayer place that you were talking about first, right? Unfortunately, one of the things that's crept into the UN by law is the fact that because they are a multilateral organization, a multicultural organization, they have to respect all religions, and that also includes Satanism, unfortunately. Now, what they do have is they have a lot of people, the majority of the people that are in this organization that represent countries and peoples who are Muslim, who are Hindi, who are Christian, who are Judaic. And luckily for us that we're in the majority. So let's just keep that positively in mind, right? Now, what I would say is, getting back to your point, you asked the Federation talking to the UN. That answer is yes, because if you look at the UN's actual website, they actually have an office that deals with ET relations. That's all they do. And they've actually wrote doctoral papers about how to handle certain situations. So when we're looking at this idea of, are ETs real, quote unquote, right? The UN wouldn't waste money creating an actual division or organization to deal with it if it wasn't there. It's that plain and simple. You know how governments work, right? Anybody that's ever worked, for the federal government, in their federal government, they don't like wasting money if they don't have to, especially with a new job. So why would they create this new job if these ETs weren't real? Let's be blunt. So that's how I would answer that question. And I think what we're seeing is that's an overlap that started with Reagan when he did his speech talking about the idea of what would happen if many countries would bond together against one unilateral threat that came in from outside Earth, right? Everyone remembers that speech. I think it was 1983 or something. That speech, I think, triggered the creation of that organization later on down the line, because they knew that we have certain groups that are trying to help us and certain groups that are definitely not in alignment with us. So does that answer that question?
I think that's going to cover it pretty well. The other question that came up is there other groups called dragons? And the other word that was in there was Gohan, Gohan. Okay.
So this is something that...
Sorry, that's his name. I think the guy spelled his name wrong and then he corrected it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was sitting there going, I'm doing the best I can.
So to answer that question directly, what I would say is this. As James and I have said before, there are reptilians who are not Draco, but Dracos are reptilians. That's the first thing I would say. The Draco, the Sakaar, meaning the root genetic stock that is Draco royalty, they are in fact reptilian in nature, but they're not. Not all reptilians are Sakaar or Draco. Secondly, there are groups that do in fact look like Draco that are absolutely not Draco. And what I mean by that is you have some groups who look more draconic in form. They're absolutely not of the Sakaar families. So that's the way I would answer that question.
Okay. Let's see real quick here. What is Omega programming?
So, okay, so I have to be very careful when we talk about this. So,
Okay.
because this is a very touchy subject. The way Omega programming works is that if the subconscious or your programming is in place determines that security containment of program-related material gets released, you basically have to suicide. And this is why, in my opinion, when you look at, say, the military, for example, right? They have a 1.7 or 1.75 times higher suicide rate than any other demographic in the US. Now, what we have to ask ourselves is why? Because law enforcement, first responders, nurses, and doctors all have the same type of stress. So why is it this particular group has this extremely high rate of suicide? Well, what I believe is that many of these individuals don't realize they're being abducted. And when they come back, they have all this PTSD and stress. They don't know how to deal with it. And it's all non-consensual. So when they come back and all of a sudden they get a dream, they have a recall, they have some memory show up, all of a sudden their subconscious goes, wait a minute, I'm not letting you have this memory, click, and it's done. And that's what Omega level programming does. It forces that person to go into self-destructive behavior. People start drinking, they start abusing and using drugs, they start destroying their own body, they start cutting and mutilating, they start going to all these weird neuroses and psychoses that actually hurt the human body. And that's done on purpose, by the way. It's done so that if someone was to deal with you as a human, they can say, well, this person is just crazy. They're not actually a normally cognitive individual.
Yeah, that's from what I've been watching over the years, kind of a spin-off of the MK Ultra program, and you end up with these super assassins that are turned loose. And if they can't get to their target, if they can't fulfill their mission, or in some cases, if they fulfill their mission, they do themselves in.
Well, and this is what we were talking about, Operation Slithering Snake. That's exactly what occurred. The individual knew he could not have that information be leaked out to the populace. So what did he do? He put a bullet in his head inside the room. And that's exactly what happened. He self-terminated. That's the Omega level programming kicking in.
They also have the cyborgs. They alter the pineal gland and the medulla, where they affect the short-term and long-term memories. They erase the memories so that they can go on missions over and over again and not be able to if they ever get caught. So unfortunately.
And I think you covered this a little bit, and this is a good question also. You mentioned once about race-induced coinage. Could you please explain or go a little bit deeper in that?
So, okay, so this is getting kind of way down the rabbit hole, but we're going to go there. So, all right, so the way it works is this, right? So the Draco essentially wanted a method to control the way humans can exert control over other humans, keeping the Draco at the top, right? So what they did was they brought some of their followers, these individuals called Inguinoids, into Babylon, and essentially they suggested to them that they come up with a way to induce this control mechanism. And the way they did it was they said, well, humans like gold. They believe that's a powerful metal. Let's actually have them trade gold for other things. This is where the idea of currency starts from. This idea of, initially it's supposed to be fair energy exchange, now gets corrupted into this idea of you have to give me something to get something, i.e. control, right? That's how they actually did that. And the Inguinoids were at the core of that. So when you start getting into this whole the currency discussion, I think what James has been pushing with the whole Nasara Jasara discussion is that at some point that currency gets reset to the point that everyone's equal now. We're all kind of on equal footing, and all of a sudden no one's at a disadvantage. And James, you can correct me if I'm wrong there in saying that, but I believe that's the baseline for what that particular thing is. So anyhow, something like that would short circuit that money magic system that we're talking about there.
Excellent. I'm going to step back at this point. Crystal, I think you had one other monitor that was checking for questions, if you want to call on them.
Sure. Fernando, actually, I don't know if you've covered this already whilst I was looking away, looking for questions. Fernando did say that there must be a white hat version of the medbed technology incorporating benevolent frequencies and non-invasive regeneration through naturally harmonic solutions with Earth. So have you heard or have you ever seen, apart from the black goo contaminated midbeds in the SSB, have you ever heard coming from anywhere else on the good natural benevolent frequencies that we can trust on the medbed?
Actually, James and I were actually just talking about this before we started the video, the whole Foxconn discussion, because we're trying to figure out if they're actually white hat or not. And Trump actually went there to talk to the guys who ran the company. So I'm leaning toward the direction of them being white hat at this point. The med bed they have would be like a 0.1 med bed. And what they're doing is, I believe they're trying to slowly roll out this idea of, we're going to lay somebody in a med bed, and the med bed automatically fires a proton beam at cancer that they can identify using resonant frequencies and automatically remove those cancerous cells completely out of the body. And what happens is that at some point, yeah, exactly. There's a picture of it. What happens is at some point, they start changing the programming where they say, well, we're also going to deal with this now too, right? We're going to deal with these other 70 major groups of issues, right? So this is actually directed from a company called Foxconn. You can see the icon there in the back on the wall. And they're a Chinese company, I believe, right? The Chinese, James, is that right?
Don't they have suicide nets around their factories to keep people from killing themselves?
They do, but I thought this was produced in California, though.
Okay.
This is produced in California, though, right?
I thought I read about that it is for a cancer curing scanning device, like an MRI scan. It's not like a med bed.
But it is the baseline for a med bed. Once they do this, they can actually introduce med beds in with no weird. Someone could say, well, this is the first med bed we had right here. Basically what they want to do is they want to establish a chain of technology so people can see a development chain happening.
I kind of like the technology that Jared Wren was describing, which is sounding so heavenly and celestial and natural.
So another inference to this medbed technology, by the way, has anyone ever watched the movie had Matt Damon in it, where he had to go up to the space station that was up in orbit?
Elysium.
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 And there's a little young girl who had to get laid in the bed so she no longer had the blood issue.
Yeah.
That is exactly medbed technology as well. It's a disclosure of the medbed technology as well. So, yeah, right there. Yep, you found it.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's exactly what would happen. You had this med bed that would scan you for all these medical issues. It would automatically start correcting those medical issues, and it would do it in a way that makes sure that the body is holistic and healthy and clean, end result wise.
Okay. Any other questions? So we're at hour 4 here. So let's
oh man,
let's wrap this up. So
yeah.
Some of us are getting tired.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So does Johan know anything about Orion group? A large group of Orion. If Fres hadn't asked this question already, a large group of Orion species. This is asked by Chris Smith. A large group of Orion species controlled by the Draco. They act as a strike force, political body to conquer other races. Also, they fought in the Orion Wars.
That's correct, yes. And there's actually another subgroup of them who's actually more well-known that Corey Good has talked about. If you remember, he talked about these group of green-skinned individuals that were very tall that were in the meetings on the ambassadorial station. Those individuals come from a planet called Mintaka, and they're also part of that Orion Collective. Now, specifically what the Orion Collective does, right, is that they're essentially kind of like Nakwafen to a certain degree. They're considered mercenaries that do more high-end strikes for the Orion, for the Draco royalty. In other words, let's say you have a political operative that you need taken out, or a king taken out so you can walk in and take over. They would send someone like that in to do that, because they can't be stopped on that planet with the technology and the size of who they are. And what I would also say too is that when you look at certain political agendas, the Orion Confederacy is actually talked about in the Law of One, and they're not talked about in a very positive way because of their alignment with service to self species. It's my opinion what the person channeling that work was picking up on was this alignment between the Draco and the Orion Confederacy. If that directly addresses your question, I think.
Right. So a few more, and that's it. Finishing here. Now, OOAA, that's the name of the person who put this question. Very simple. Black goo equals Morgellons disease? Big question mark.
I don't know, because to me, when I think black goo, I think about a type of technology or AI virus that actually overwrites the human brain, and Morgellons disease doesn't necessarily do that. Now, what I would say is that if you were someone who was non-receptive to that virus being in your system and it was trying to push the virus out, could Morgellons disease be an example of that being pushed out of the system? Maybe. But again, I would have to see medical proof of that too, right? So, and again, I'm not a medical doctor, so.
Morgellons has got a synthetic AI backbone to it, so it's got a consciousness. You could theoretically, if you could interface with the consciousness, you could meditate and try to transcend it. But yeah, or you could just take some zeolites and try to detox your body. Right. They're better detoxers than that, but we'll just keep things simple for now.
Right. Yeah. Tyler Cook asked one question. Can anyone refer me to more info on Monarch? Most info I've gotten of them is from this channel. James,
so the direct answer is no, because Paul Serene does not want people knowing who he is and what he does. He likes being able to slink back into the darkness. I don't personally care for Paul or his organization because of that fact. And like I said, I've had some run-ins with him over the years. So it's one of these things where Monarch, as an organization, they're not really working for the betterment of humankind. And James asked the exact question, why would we allow these organizations to continue? And I believe Space Force, when they took over the Triumvirate board, I believe Monarch was one of the groups that probably split off from that and said, no, we're not following you. Because that's exactly what happened. They had some splintering occur when Space Force stepped in and took over. So it is theoretically possible right now that they're running rogue. So I don't know how they're going to handle that.
One of the entrances to Monarch is at the CN Tower. I don't know where in the CN Tower, but if you're really interested, you can go investigate. Right. I wouldn't recommend it.
James, you're losing your voice. You could take a sip of water. Okay, Jesse Peach asks, Johan, do you have a website? Jesse, I guess James would most likely put a link to Johan's website on this YouTube.
I sent a link out earlier to the ACIO organization website, the ACIO agency website. I don't want to put any of my personal info out in relation to this right now because of some doxing that happened earlier this year twice already. So until I can get that sort of wrapped up, the security concerns around that wrapped up, I don't want to do that yet. Now, I will say this. Once that happens, at that point, I will be putting my stuff out on the internet again. I actually already have a URL and stuff already saved. So it will happen. It's just I'm waiting on certain things to get aligned first.
That's aco-agency.org.
Yep. Yeah. And you can look under the associate tab and you'll see both James and I both in there.
Yeah, last few questions, last 2 or 3 questions. Hossam Said asked again, thanks. What about the real thing? Is that thing real? And how can a person be saved from a real brain control? He's talking about the real, the full society, right?
Well, so the Vril Damen channeled first off and foremost. There wasn't something that took them over, right? All they did was they started channeling information because they believed the connection they had was a fourth density being who was giving them technological data. So they just channeled it, right? That's the first thing we have to understand. Secondly, if you don't want to channel, don't channel. It's that plain and simple. Now, some of us that are in this group, we do work as practitioners. We do actually help people using psychic abilities. And this is where making sure that you ground clear, you meditate, you pray, whatever works for you is done at the beginning and end of every session you do, right? That way you're not inviting any of this sort of negative energy into your system.
Yeah, and that was the very answer, same answer, Ziggy, 1988, Ziggy, when you asked the question, how can one retrieve the memories, Johan? So Johan just said that.
So
meditate.
Three ways that I can tell you outside of the self that you can get verification of those memories. Post-hypnotic regression is the first one. Now, what I recommend is if you find a PHR practitioner, make sure they are metaphysical in nature. They're not atheist. I know I just said that out in the world, but I'm saying that for a reason, because someone who's an atheist, if you tell them, hey, by the way, I went off world and dealt with aliens, they're going to look at you like you're crazy. Okay. Metaphysical people typically have the ability to understand metaphors and allegories. And that's what we need to understand here is that the memories you may have may be screen memories, they may be real memories, but it's your job to figure out what that is and to have this person help you figure that out. The second answer I would give you is QHHT, quantum healing hypnosis therapy. The Brennan School actually have people all over the US and Canada and elsewhere that can practice this, even in England. So if you're someone who needs someone who, let's say you don't trust academia, go to a QHHT practitioner and ask them about
come to me. I'm a qualified, experienced hypnotherapist. I've been doing it for umpteen years. I've been doing for Ileana, Star Traveler as well, and she could retrieve the memories.
Well, and session. To be even more to the point, something I'm going to recommend is that when I went in to talk to this lady who I dealt with, I did not front load her with any information, meaning I did not tell her anything about me. What I did was I said, look, this is my symptoms. Can you help me deal with those symptoms? And all of a sudden she started pulling all this stuff up through the PHR. So that's when you know you have someone who knows what they're doing, because typically speaking, they're going to tell you right off the bat, is there something there or not, and what is it? Mm-hmm. If you're not front loading them with any information, you know the information is probably legit. The third method that I would use would be using someone who's a qualified remote viewer, or someone who can do, I guess, shamanically speaking, you can also do soul retrievals as well to actually go back and retrieve that trauma part of the soul and reintegrate it back into the whole again. So if someone was a shamanic practitioner, that'd be another way to do it too, or someone who does SRV work, the control remote viewing.
James is a hypnotherapist as well. James can do the job too.
Not certified anything, but I do have my own technique, meditation techniques that I do, and just try to get people into a relaxed state of mind and get them to trust their selves, and then from there, whatever senses they can feel or taste or can tune into, we try to work on that, try to open up portals and doors and just focus into that, and then try to get to the next level and keep pulling off layers and layers till we get to a point where they're happy from that particular session. But it does take a lot of work. It's there could be some resistance too from the person that's doing this, because sometimes they may be afraid to even see it. So but yeah, it can be done. It would be nice to get to the point where we could just get full recall if that's what you want. I've been told that the energies coming in from the galactic central sun are raising our consciousness so that eventually all of us are going to get our memories back. But first of all, we got to learn to not be angry and want to go out and try to kill each other once all these memories come back, because there's been a lot of us have been wronged in many ways. So I think that's what the galactics are waiting on. the energies to on the planet, the consciousness to increase, and then they'll assist us somewhat. Like, I wouldn't put too much hope, too much faith on it, but eventually they
But
will.
the big idea there is that we're also doing the healing work too, right? We're doing the internal work. And that's where that reintegration and healing comes into play. It has to happen.
Right. One last question, and then I'll pass it over to Fritz. Perhaps you have harvested the latest questions. Okay, Delta Dog asked, should we be worried about Nibiru?
Planet X,
Yes.
Nibiru.
Yes.
What do you think? You got any information on that, Johan?
I believe that we do have a planet that's in a non-ecliptical orbit, which one could classify as quote unquote Nibiru, a planetoid. I also believe we've already got a station out there. So, because look at Maki Maki, right? We know it's a planetoid as well in the Oort cloud, and we've already got the Dark Fleet base there. So it wouldn't surprise me if we actually went in and reclaimed an old alien technology base that was there. Now, secondarily speaking, Nibiru, the orbital, because of the way the ecliptic is with most of the planets, right? So you have all these planets orbiting in one particular ecliptic plane, right? This particular planet has a non-ecliptical orbit, which means every, 3,000 some odd years, 3,600 years, it messes with the orbit of Earth and our weather systems, right? So the question is when does that next cycle happen, right? And is it close enough to actually do anything when it's in that particular space? And the question is, we don't know right now because NASA won't even tell us, is this even a real reality or not, right? We've got universities finally saying the gravitational data backs it up. And we have people within the academic world saying, yes, we actually see the disturbance in the Oort cloud from this actually, shifting stuff around when it moves. The question is how is it going to affect us during the next orbit, right? So that question, I don't think we know yet. We know from past experience from what the Babylonians recorded what it did. But the question is, will it do that to us when it comes around this time around? That's a big question. I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, thank you, Johan. Fritz, do you want to take the last few questions? There's a very nice question asked by Courtney. Do you want to take that up?
Let me take a look real quick because I was going to wrap it up because James is losing his voice
I know,
quickly.
he's losing his voice. Poor James.
There was one on what are the spacecrafts doing in orbit? Is that the one we were looking
Yes, it's a very good question.
Okay. What are all those spaceships up there in orbit that we can't see, but we know they're there? What are they doing up there?
So part of what's going on, you have Solar Warden's group, right? They're doing policing actions. I don't know if you guys have noticed this in the media, but the number of abduction scenarios that are truly ET have dramatically went down. Secondly, and more importantly, what they're also doing is making sure that certain groups like Monarch can't go into certain areas and actually execute missions and hurt people anymore. So you have people like Kruger being inserted into certain areas, stopping Monarch operations. So if it's a TR3, that would be exactly where that would be used, or a TR6, Telos craft. You see these craft come into an area, drop a large insurgent group in, like Kruger. They would go in, remove Monarch, and then they'd be taken right back out, and hopefully with the least amount of damage to the environment and no awareness to the people in that area. Thirdly, I would say you've got a scenario where you do have craft that are ET coming here, and they're trying to find out, can we actually work as ambassadors with you? And many of them don't know where to go in terms of who to talk to, right? So this is where this group from like the UN, or for example, the White House, they're looking at our transmissions, right, via our TV and radio, trying to find out where are our world leaders at? Who are the people that are making the most noise? Who are the people we can talk to, right? So absolutely, I believe that there are non-terrestrials talking to people in positions of power within governments. I have a buddy of mine who worked as a Secret Service agent, and he sent me a picture back, and he goes, do you know who these two people standing next to Trump are? And I looked at it and I said, well, I know for a fact she's a Lyran commander. The other guy I think is Lyran, but I'm not sure. And I actually told him the name of the female, and he came back and said, yeah, it's exactly her name. And so the fact is, I know for a fact we do have off-world people talking to our people in positions of authority. They're trying to negotiate stuff, right? They want to make sure that if there is disclosure, that they come here, they don't want people, again, turning this into a religion, which is what's happened every other time so far, right? They want us to start looking at this as a development cycle for, right, exactly. You have like bodyguards that obviously are non-terrestrial bodyguards, right? But the idea is that these individuals, when we see them showing up, we know for a fact that they're also trying to help protect people in positions of power here on Earth. And our governments are using them. They're asking them for help. Because we know if you were Trump, would you want a bunch of Draco walking into your office at a little after midnight? I would not. So that's why we bring in people like these Lyrans and other folks that have a grudge against the Draco, who can defend against them, defending our president and other people. So hopefully
we got to take it, and you did take it and Pleiadian. Yeah, they had spoken in a physics channel as well, and they got direct communication through typing on the internet messaging. Yeah, and they are very spot on with some of the messages that we got, which is very cool. Oh, so one last thing, that is, James, you did say about 1.5 years to 2 years ago that the SSB would be taken down, would be dismantled within 2 years. So it's about now. So what's going on?
SSP, it's never going to be dismantled. Eventually humanity is meant to join the stars.
And we remember that when you said that, I said, hey, how about releasing the technologies through us? We will make it work, because we have such a huge big team here. Some of the most brilliant scientists.
Yeah, well, I think in the future we'll see a website of all these advanced technologies, and they're just going to put it all out there, the schematics of how to, well, what they want anyway to release, and then just allow people to go out there like open source website, and you can do what you want, with it. So yeah, but I mean, there'll be some restrictions on some of the technologies, obviously. I think, like for instance, med bed, not everybody should probably have access to a med bed. In part because, for instance, you could try to suicide yourself and you go back and come back over and over again. You may try to, if a terrorist ever got a hold of one, it could be problematic as well. So there'll be some regulations, but I think eventually, humanity will grow above this, and it'll become part of, matter of fact, of everyday life.
One of the things I'll inject into this conversation as well is that think about who the #1 supplier of political capital is right now in the United States. Is the pharmaceutical company. That whole group of conglomerates. If you have a med bed technology, you wouldn't need pharmaceuticals. You're doing away with a $120 billion a year group of companies.
And that money is going into the banks, and the banks are using that as collateral for more mortgages and derivatives. And so everything will implode. So everything's already been earmarked. So they cannot take away some cash flows from here and there and there and expect the whole system will collapse. Same thing with energy and fuel. And
this is why they're doing that slow rollout, right? So they're trying to figure out a way to slowly implement this technology in a way that when people finally see it, A, they're not scared of it, and B, they can figure out how to phase out this other stuff that no longer works, right? Because think about this, once you pull out all that political capital, guess what else can happen in DC? Political reform, right? You start putting in term limitations, and you start putting in this idea of no more dark money, right? All this stuff that we want as Americans to happen in our system can now start happening because that group of people no longer has any pull there. So I see it as a very positive thing. It's just how do you implement it in a way that it doesn't create immediate chaos, right?
Yeah, okay, starting from the dentistry department. My dentist had a chat with me, and she told me just yesterday, she says, yeah, you were so right. You're telling me about my dentist said this. You were telling me telling her about stem cells growing the teeth, original teeth being grown back again. So all these dentists will lose their jobs. And that is going to be as close as next year. Apparently, I read some articles that next year that's going to be introduced.
Well, that's why we're going to have some kind of universal income. Maybe that's why they had to do the cocoa virus first, to have an excuse to give us universal income. And then once we're all got our, the debts are all cleared out and we got our universal income, then they'll do the technology rollouts.
Yep.
Well,
All right. I
thank you.
think we will wrap
Really
it up
great.
now. Yeah. Chris, you
Crystal, would you wrap up our set, please? For our
Okay,
recording?
before I
And
do
then
that,
James can- yeah. Thank
before
you.
we do that, Pontus is very quiet. Pontus, you got anything to say before we wrap it up?
Nope.
Okay, on the technology front, no? All right. Pontus is the head of our R&D team. Fres is the chairperson of the R&D team. And there you go. And James being a founder member with
Yeah.
me, Fres
So,
and Pontus, yeah.
So today's presentation was based on a chapter in my book, Lone Wolf. So you can get this at neologicaltech.com. I only have a few copies left. I can always order some more, but you can also visit supersolartalk.com and be sure to subscribe to this channel. Super Solar Talk, we had a bunch of subscribers gone missing over the last month. I lost about 25% of my subscribers, but either way, yeah. So let's see what else. Oh no, I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of tired. Oh yeah. So as far, this was like, we only got through half of the presentation. We'll talk to FESIG about doing the second half. Like I said, maybe another month or two from now, and I'll get you some more information out there. If you have any questions, put it in the comments section. And I think again, thank you, Johan, for participating. I really liked how this format worked out by going, because initially this was designed to be a 2-hour presentation, but by allowing us having a little extra time, we can get more depth and detail per slide.
Right.
And of course, thank you, listeners, as well as your questions and for those of us who, wow, we're past 4 hours, so we're staying on here for 4 hours. So I think we're going to need to call this quits. Any other final comments?
Do you want me to wrap it up now?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, right. And well, I'm going to say this again, James, you did a superb, fantastic job. Your PowerPoint presentation is so beautifully illustrated. People get a bigger picture right now.
Did you learn
Thanks to your
anything,
hard work.
Crystal?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
And
great.
I was saying, oh, now it's fitting together. Now this is and all that come together now. Thank you, Johan. Oh, you're superb. You remembered everything. You don't need to be blank slated. Okay, right. I wanted to say that we will do the second session, James, part 2, sometime between mid-December, right before Christmas. How's that?
Well, we'll
Which is
see.
really-
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so I want to remind everyone that our 83rd FESIG meeting will be held on the 2nd of December, okay? And we've already got some superb speakers. We got Dave Parker talking, and he's got some of the biggest free energy community with him. So he's going to talk about some of the most advanced free energy technologies. And then we're going to have William Alec talking about the anti-gravitational technology that he's come up with. He made it himself. So there you go. I think he's going to make it. Otherwise, we have a few standby speakers as well. And thank you, Fres. That was fantastic. I mean, this session is really good. It's so informative. Right. Thank you, everyone, for taking time off to attend this meeting. So there being no other business now, this meeting is adjourned to the, well, this is an impromptu private meeting anyway, in between our official ones. So don't forget our 83rd FESIG meeting on the 2nd of December. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
And thank you, listeners. All right. So we're going to go ahead and stop recording. I'm going to press the end button. I'll see you all later. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.